Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you and know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moroccan, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Bonjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat Cape Town, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, yes, but you got it. Spoon TV, spoon. Spoon entertainment. Yes,
New, urban, ethical, authentic, sports, entertainment, something for the old, something for the new, something for everybody in between. We leave nothing untouched. We are Spoon 107.5 FM. New, urban, ethical, authentic, sports, entertainment, something for the old, something for the new, something for everybody in between. We leave nothing untouched. We are Spoon 107.5 FM.
The CEO stand coming with the spoon. And your boy right at the south and then charges on the beat.
To get your information. To the spoon to be fine. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you and know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moroccan, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon.
Good evening from Liberia, Monrovia. We'd like to welcome you to your program, Phone Talk. And so let me say a pleasant welcome to your most preferred show, Phone Talk. On the 7th of March edition, let me say good evening, welcome. And of course, on this show, the hosts, the panelists delve into different happenings within Liberia. Everything you need to know comes to you right here on Spoon Talk. As the CEO and the rest of the panelists get into all of those conversations and discussions that you need to know, to understand from different angles, different views, right here on 107.5. We are also live on Fabric 101.1. We are live on Spoon TV, Fabric TV, Super TV. You are all welcome. Call all of your loved ones, friends, family members, share the show, different groups and all of your social media platforms, so that all of your friends and groups and contacts and connections can get to watch the show and understand what is happening here in Liberia. Again, let me say welcome. My name is Lorena Honoree. I am your producer. Happy International Women's Day to all women. March 8th is D-Day, where it was celebrated here in Liberia on the 7th. Since tomorrow, the 8th, is going to be on a Saturday. Remember, the theme for this year is Accelerate Action. So you can do that in your own workspace, in your communities, wherever you are. Let me say welcome again. This is Spoon Talk, your favorite and preferred talk show right here on Spoon 107.5. So many thanks to all of our partners, those that we know to be partners, and some are not partners known, but yet you always relay the program in your own communities outside of Montserrado, down to the border points in the villages and the towns. You always relay Spoon Talk so your people can get the information that they need. We appreciate all of those radio stations and your shortwave stations. We say thank you. So please go ahead and share the show. Different things have been happening across Liberia, and you are going to get all information right here tonight. Happy weekend. Wherever you are, whatever you are doing, whichever country, we say welcome. This is Spoon Talk, Liberia's premier #1 talk show. On various platforms, we welcome you.
Happening in Liberia.
Don't forget, you also get a chance to call in. And talk about what is on your mind, share your own views. I already see Dr. Richardson in the back. Let me not keep her there too long. Again, Dr. Richardson, we are back. Let me welcome you, Doc. How are you, Doc? Why your background is okay now? It's much better. Earlier on, a little darker, but it's good, and it was not bad like that. So, Doc, welcome.
Thank you. I changed the background because I have the window in my back, and like you see, so I don't know how to stop this back and forth darkness that I experience. So I'm gonna keep playing with it. But I'm doing good. It's good to see
the light that you are using.
Yeah, maybe because this room doesn't. I have one of those big lights, but I'll see. We'll see. Yeah. How are you doing? It's good to see you
I'm
again.
okay. Welcome again, I tell you. So were you able to drink your tao?
Yes, I drank my tea. I relaxed a little bit. I ate something. I have fufu and soup.
Wow.
Yes, tomato paste soup, fufu and tomato paste, not the white country soup. I love okra and also benensi. So I'm a lover. I gotta have all the little knickknacks in my soup. I don't let it just eat
The
plain.
dudu.
Yeah.
You can call it dudu.
Mm-hmm. So
You can see bitter or pepper.
Everything mixed up. So I did that, and my husband came. I was sleeping. I took me to sleep a little bit because my phone keys. Are you sleeping? I said, you can sure come here. I said, okay, let me get up. Yes, and then drink my tea. So it was just like a good little time in between to self-care. We women got to do that. We've come a long way. Long way from my mother's days to to where we are today, to my daughter's days.
I tell you. Yeah. So maybe you want to give a brief history about what RWD is all about, and as I gist on some of the happenings in Liberia, while you get ready for that. Yeah, in Liberia, I'm looking at the NTA, we have been having some transportation issues in the country. Doc, you see lots of people trekking, walking from different points to another. All of the major intersections, people are struggling to find transportation to get to and fro wherever they are going. So, a lineup of people are all on the road, all of the junctions, because the motorcyclists have been restricted from the no-go zone area, which also makes the city really, calm, especially the traffic. All right.
Mhm.
But then at the same time, people are saying that, now that the motorcyclists are running in communities now, if the government of Liberia can put out some public transport so that people be able to get around, because it's really bad. You need to see thousands of human beings standing by the roadside, including
Oh wow,
kids.
wow.
Yeah, yeah. So now we have I see this story from the NTA. He's managing director. He says NTA was in intensive care unit. Yeah, so NTA was in the ICU, and I think he just got NTA from the ICU. So I just want to bring maybe a paragraph or two on what he says. The
Mm-hmm.
managing director of the National Transit Authority, Mr. Edmund Ford, has revealed that when he took over the agency in March 2024, it was in a critical state, akin to being in an intensive care unit and struggling for survival. Today marks the complement of our first year in charge of the NTA and beginning of our second year, Mr. Fawcett. He expressed gratitude to President Joseph Numa Boakai for constructing him and trusting him, and his team with the responsibility of revitalizing the entity as part of the Unity Party-led government's rescue agenda. So, according to him, he inherited an agency in a deplorable condition, with the entrance alone signaling the decay within. The entire compound was engulfed by bushes and looked like an abandoned 18th century fortress, he said.
Mm.
Speaking at NDA's 1 year anniversary under his administration, Mr. Ford recounted that the entity's front gate was broken. Its walls had been painted in over had not been painted in over 6 years during the previous government, and most of the buses were out of service. 5 of them required 3 hours of repairs for every 2 hours of operation. Were employees, people just want to know, so how many buses are now, in the streets? Well, we heard that buses are going to be put out. We know hopefully by next week, the transportation stress is going to reduce a little bit. I just want to bring a gist of that, because that originally you don't want to see what is happening in the streets right now. And the only way, most people say before you solve a problem, I mean, before you put a problem or whatever problem, you need to have the solution. Now, if I say I don't want to do this, there must be a reason why I don't want to do it, and there must be a solution. So the fact that it's a good thing, to have motorcyclists now applying the major streets, it's also safe for them. That
Mhm.
reason there are people sitting home now with broken legs. People died, just because of motorcycles being in the main streets of Monrovia. So it's also safe for them too, And they are trying to calm down now. It used to be really rough. They are right here at Spoon Gate as well. They can be there in multitudes. Ain't easy. They will lay on the gate. They say they will scrape the fence. When you say anything, they say, "Yeah, we'll sit down here. You'll call your boss man." And then he can't do something about it. Then they just everybody being so political, they just talking. And they will see 2029 and all of that. But it is also safe for them. I just wanted to bring that, since the NTA that managing director, Mr. Ford, is saying that he inherited he took the NTA from RCU. Hopefully we'll see lots and lots of buses, and that they will be able to maintain those buses. I just wanted to bring that to your attention. I know you people will get into them. You get into all of what is happening in the country. I mean, different things happening. I don't want to read no promotional story because they didn't pay for the airtime. But I know you celebrated Women's Day. You said it in your own way.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, I'm glad that you lifted how the fact that the motorcyclists are off the street may also be in the best interest. I'm glad that you lifted that part of the story, because I don't think we're picking that up as much. We're talking about the problem it creates in the city, and then we talking about how now things were not coordinated well enough between the police who's enforcing the no-go zone and the transport authority. So maybe they would have had those buses taking the routes and stuff, and then a lot of people weren't going to be in the streets. But you know what I worry about a lot about those motorcyclists? You know, a lot of times when you have accident, it impacts your head. You know, your neurology, the wiring of your brain, and they don't give you that one brain when you mess with it. They don't give you another one. It's not like, you know, some parts of your arms these days they can give you fake arm. These days they can give you cat eye if you know for decorative purposes and stuff. But they want your brain. Once you mess with it, they can come back. And a lot of them when you have accident, they fall down. You know, if they don't have helmet on, sometimes even if they have helmet on, it messes with them. Then they're sitting down in that sitting position. I can be concerned about, you know, their reproductive system. I really can be, yeah. So
At times they want to carry 3 or 4 persons on the back,
yeah, you know, and but that constant sitting
including
down,
themselves.
yeah, I think it messes with you. I know it does. So, and how long can you do that kind of work? How long? You know, how long you'll be going up and down, up and down, up and down. So it's better that for some of y'all being these moments where you're not driving, you can be reflecting on, you know, your own future. Yes. So I just wanted to say that. And then so happy International Women's Day to all of my Liberian women and women around the world. We've come a long way. That's, you know, one of the things I like for us to remember. There's a time in history where women couldn't own property, women couldn't work outside of the home. Um, they could be sued and with no repercussion. They had no legal rights, and that's still there's some of that still exists because we know there's many cases in our country you can attest to Lorena, where when you think that a woman is being badly abused or something about the case that it will be in her
Yeah,
favor, but somehow it turns out that, you
exactly.
know,
It's not the same.
it's not, yes.
Yeah,
So
it's not the
the same. So you know, that we couldn't work outside of home. So there was so many barriers, so many laws against us. And imagine if we couldn't do all of those things, what did it do to us as people, as women? You know, it made some of us depressed. It made some of us angry. Okay, it made some of us paranoid. Some of us, it was traumatizing for us. Then we'll get traumatized. Then we internalize all of those bad feelings that we have about ourselves. We internalize it, and then what we do, we put it on other people, you know, and the
Some
people
of
that,
them take it on the children.
yes,
There are women that take it
most
out on
yes, the most, we put it on the most vulnerable people, you know, when the society hits us like that. And primarily the person who can hit us are the person who you close to the hospital, the main thing that you involved with. Okay, then the society put it on you. Then when you come home, the most vulnerable people around you, the people, maybe the same people you're cheering, like people you just kind of let it, your other friend, your friend who care for you, you just let it go on and you let it roll, bam, on there, you know. So what we call that internalized sexism, where women who will treat other women like the way they've been treated by society, and how society have taught men to treat women. And then another thing is the stereotypes. Women suffer from a lot of stereotypes, like, oh, certain jobs are reserved for women, like being a nurse. For the longest time, all around the world, it's changing here in this developed country. It was a job reserved for women. Now we see a lot of men are getting into the nursing field in this part of the world. And the interesting thing about it, when women were doing it, the pay were very low. You're not that high. Florence Nightingale time. Now, nursing are making very, very good money. They're making very, very, but you know, and it's probably the time, and it's also probably too because men are in there. Men are more demanding for their rights. You know, they know how to negotiate much better than we women. Historically, we say, "Oh, okay, well, Leah, I want to go. We'll just be there. We'll just do our best we can. You know, the people need me. We got all these small excuse. Well, a man will go there and say, no, this is my starting salary. I want my money, and I expect to get my raise. You know, they know how to negotiate much better than we do, and especially if you're a working woman. You know, I sometimes wonder for all the times that I took off from work to nurse my children. A man didn't have to do that. He was steadily climbing and learning. Okay. And so this is why people need to understand when you think about, well, why can't she's not as good as a man? Because for every time I had that baby, I stayed home to take care of them. Maybe that was 2, 3, 4 months.
That's
And
a
when
whole
I was
job.
home, huh?
That is a whole job, taking care of the kids.
Oh yes. That's a in fact, I don't even know the guy. They need to develop a pay scale for that job. They need to pay, in Europe, I believe that they allow the women to stay home for almost a whole year, or in this country they got something called the later in the years, around 19, my first daughter 1998, they started having, before that time, maybe a year or two, what they call FMLA, so family medical leave. So so the women could take the leave off, to give birth, use maybe their sick leave, but then they started applying the FMLA to their husbands, so at least he could take off to be home to help his wife. One of
Wow.
the yes, one of the conversations that people have been having is, should men take leave off when their wives are pregnant, or when their wife give birth? Should it be a leave for the men and the women? Some men have been arguing that they say they need to be home to take care of the baby, to have their wives. And because in this developed country, women too, we get the right to be home with the babies. So men are arguing, say, well, if the woman can be home, then why about me not?
So everybody will take leave.
Yeah, everybody tell you, y'all two people brought a baby to the world, y'all two people watch the baby.
And then you get paid while you are home.
Yes, for that. I think I want to say FMLA. I can't remember how long, but it's a good amount of time that you're home. And I can tell you a case in point is, we have some men that in the doctoral program at the university who they're getting that doctorate degree in psychology. So there's been this argument that we addressing as a school and as faculty, because some of these men are coming to us and saying, we have something where if you're a woman and if you're pregnant in the school, we could let you do your class by virtually. So I had to make extra exceptions to pregnant women where we have the devices in the class where they will be home and zone in. Okay.
Wow.
But they will participate in the class by way of Zoom. The classes are all set up with these devices. So one or two guys came and proposed this and said, well, when my wife is pregnant, I have difficulty sleeping. I have these challenges myself. So is it possible I can be qualified for the same services that this pregnant woman is having? So this is the challenge, So now what do? We got to be equitable. We got to be, considerate. And so this is where we find ourselves. But women, we have come a very, very long way. I just wanted to say we tend to suffer because, of course, I'll be remiss if I didn't say this. We tend to suffer from depression the most, tend to suffer from anxiety the most. Okay. We tend to because we are more expressive kind of people. Men tend to hold things in. So even if they're suffering from these things, we don't see it easily. They do suffer from it. We tend to suffer from sleeping problem as well. Okay. And also we tend to suffer from violence. A lot of women are beaten. They get beat every day. A lot of men, put their hands on us. Some women, nobody crazy to put a hand on me, but
some women are beaten, even not by their own men, just by men in the communities.
yes,
I've seen it. Just all of arguments, and people will start to record instead of taking that woman from that man, knowing that they don't have the same strength and she's being abused.
Very much so.
I've
And
been seeing it.
the thing about it is, people want to argue, but women are also aggressive. Like the story we talked about earlier about what's going on in Maryland. We woke up this morning on Facebook. They had this story running about a woman who squeezed the testicle of her husband, her boyfriend, or husband. I'm not sure whether they were married, her boyfriend, to the extent where he went to jail. This happened in Liberia, I believe, in Maryland County.
He's struggling for his life. She went to jail.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes. So he went to the hospital struggling for his life. She went to jail. So a lot of people come and then start arguing, oh, women are violent and stuff like that. But please look at the statistics, okay? Okay.
Yeah.
Women tend to be abused physically, emotionally, sexually more than men. So yes, I'm not saying that we don't have that violent tendency. Maybe, but this is what the situation is. Like I was saying, it's some of the things that that we learn is that women tend physically, we tend to always close our legs and fold our hand, close body posture compared to men. Men always, they sit down broadly, and then when the more broader you sit, the more confident you look. That's how society have always said. We tend to have smaller, more controlled gesture, and we tend not to appear aggressive, which means we've been trained to be very submissive. You know, talk in small voice, sweet terms. We tend to use more eye contact because that's some of this is how we've been conditioned now. Some of this is how things are. But you know, we also suffer from emotional dysregulation, PTSD, all of these things in psychology that we suffer from. So, you know, today is the International Women's Day. In Liberia, we also have different practices, cultural practices that have long-term consequences for women. Okay.
Yeah.
Our cultural practices have long-term consequences, long and short-term consequences for women. We are working towards ways of finding a peaceful resolution where people will appreciate and address their culture, and at the same time recognize that some of these cultural practices, you know, like I always wonder, you know, when I was small, we used to go to the farm a lot. And a lot of time I would see the women there walking, and then the men just walking in the back with colors while the woman got the blow on her head, baby on her back, then he just in the back with colors or whatever he walking, and be like,
Leaves are ahead of him.
he what?
Trying to cut leaves, you know, just taking his time, you know,
Well,
much energy.
yeah, and I'd be like, okay, you know, what a, yeah, you know, so I still have those images in my head, you know, and so that's, you know, then of course there's of course more significant cultural practices that we have. I see, in one example I'll use, I see a lot of women in my practice. This is a particular clinical and subset of what I'm talking about. I'm not making a generalized statement. Doesn't apply to all women that come to me to see me because they're suffering from what we call female genital mutilation, okay, FGM. They're suffering from them. So something that happened to them when they were maybe 6, 7. Sometimes if they're younger, they don't tend to remember it sometimes, that whatever happened to them, it causes distrust, to tell me, in a relationship. It causes numbness that they can't feel. You know, I always ask them one question because sometimes it's so difficult for them to talk. You know, talking about that thing is it's an intimate kind of a conversation.
Yeah, it is.
People don't like to talk about it to me, you know, so I don't get into it. But I sort of use a third person approach, and I said, okay, is this something that you think you let your daughter experience? You know, something you think that you give permission for your daughter to experience, or your sister if you don't have a daughter? And they resoundingly no, like majority of them. And then when they tell me no, I say, how come? And so through their daughters, they are able to tell me,
Yeah, what they don't want to happen to them.
yes, exactly. I'll be like, you know, innocently, how come? And then they will tell me. But the thing about it is, you know, in today's world, I'm always reminded that we need the allyship of men to move forward in this world. My students and my daughters often remind me, in order for women to get the right to vote, it took men had to vote on the bill, especially in In women decided to get ready to vote. I think it was during Turbo time in the 70s in Liberia. In this country, it was in 1920 in the United States. So in order, but in 19 women couldn't even vote in Liberia. I think until in the 70s. Well, maybe 57 is 50. I know it was Turbo time if I read correctly. But in this country, I know very much it was in the 1920s. So at that time, we were not even in parliament. It was they were not in the, like we call it, the Capitol building. They were not in Congress here. Okay. So it took the leadership of men, and even after they fought for that right, it took about a year before the law from 1990 to 1920 before that law was passed. Okay, now that they have full um, pledge full-fledged right to participate in politics and to vote, to participate in decision making, direction in which they want to see the country going. Um, so yeah, so we've come a long way. We still need men to be on our side. We have to, because imagine when your wife or somebody you love is affected, if she's been abused outside on the job, harassed, she's not good for to you. Because when you're sitting there talking, you're smart talk, she's having these thoughts, intrusive thoughts about how somebody's harming her to go to work. Sometimes she might not even want to get up to leave the house to go to work. And if you really care about her, you also want to know and care about why is it that she doesn't want to go to work. Why is it that she just want to stay home? And then of course, if she's suffering from any kind of emotional problem, it coming down to your children and be leaving your children at home. Okay, because that she and the children will be home. And so when she not, if she gotta cry and be in bed all day, who taking care of your children? But maybe when you're coming home 5 minutes or an hour, then you get up and add everything okay. And say, John, put the water on, or whatever, Mary, put the water on. So that's what you have to, it's really important that we have to work together in society. So I'm going to stop here and let you add.
I want to ask you a question. Do you agree with this methodology that women are emotional being and men are logical being? Yeah, they say we women, we are emotional. Everything about us is emotional, but men, they are logical. Someone gave an example that, if a husband and wife, they are living together and the man came from work and he says to his wife, "Good evening, honey." And the woman said, "Welcome, darling. How was work today?" And the man says, "Work was great." And that's it. And he sits, next thing he's ready to have his food. But if the woman comes and, the man say, "Oh, welcome, sweetheart. How was work today?" And then she says, "Yeah, wait, let me put my bag down." Plenty things to explain. Not that man didn't go through a lot that day, but he just quickly told you work was great. Maybe he will explain later on, but he wouldn't explain and explain and explain. But then the woman has a long story to explain. From the time she was leaving her house, what happened on the road with the drivers and in the traffic at work, back when she went for lunch, everything. And a man who doesn't have patience will start to scream, like, "Woman, you can talk too much. Can I have food?" But some men, because that's what God said, that you should listen, he has to sit and listen, even though he's tired, he's bored. There are men that will just sit there and listen, and be interested in the conversation, although he might not really be interested. That's him being logical. But there are some, you won't even get your second sentence through, I just sit with them, they are discussing, I pick you, I own men that see my own, I able to sit and explain. But then they are saying that it is better for you to always listen as the partner, the man to your wife. Because if not, next thing she starts explaining to the neighbors, and before you know it, one day that police coming to your house. Because the woman finished telling everything that she couldn't tell you, she finished explaining it to the neighbor, and maybe the neighbor carry it their own way. In our Liberian society.
Yes,
But
yes,
then when I talked to some of the women, they were saying
yes.
that, yeah, let them pay our house money and then money will be in the country. And some of them are saying that most of the responsibilities of the household is on them right now. Yeah. They take care of the children. They say the men and say they're not taking pay. They just going to work, they're not seeing salary. So everybody using this excuse now about how the country hard. So even if salary come and say you say you're not seeing the salary. If they gave you 300, you bring 100 at home. Say that 200, they give all year though. And so the burdens are on the women. And some of the women are saying, even though they are not yet married, some of them are not married to most of in Liberia. Most mothers are not married to their children fathers. And those guys just leave the children with the men. Some of them, not all. They just, I mean, with the women, they just leave the kids with the women. And so the women are responsible to take care of their children. They are the one who bear, they are the mothers. And we have that heart emotionally, connected to our children. You want them to go to school. So you work hard, you sell hard, and to make sure you take care of them. And at times they take the men to where they need to take them, and they go and discuss it and say, "Oh, me, I didn't want can do," and all. They just kind of abandon them. They are good men. They are very good men that even if they are not with the women, they really do take care of their children, even go as far as taking care of the women. So when you ask them, but they still got good men that can take care of the children and can still take care of those women, say, what? Out of 100, you will find 5.
Hey.
Like, getting worse, it's not getting better. And there are so many different sectors that talk about this, women rights and
yeah,
men
I'm gonna say, in this culture, you don't even have a choice. If you have a child, and if you're not taking care of your child, the court will make you take care of that child. Because for the woman, if they get her and take you to child support court. So, but that's again, in Liberia, women don't have that type of privilege. We don't have those rights. It's not even a privilege, it's a right. We don't have that rights. Okay, like that's why, like you said, many men can probably come and have, children, and just leave the women. But there's something else you said. I don't know if I would say women. We have different ways of communicating. Women tend to be more talkative than men. They tend to be more expressive than men. Okay, it's something, I don't know if that's something that we learn. Just
they'll watch a little girl and a little boy when they're growing up.
Yes.
Watch who talks a lot.
Exactly.
And who's always cool.
Exactly. So it's just that men are more task oriented. They'll say, "Oh, I won't build," like a lot of times. Yeah, you see. Sometimes I can be laughing, especially when I'm teaching, because my male student will say, "Oh, my own job in the house that I have to take the trash outside." Whole week, the whole week, you trash how many times? What time a day? Whole week, the woman gotta be cooking for you. You gotta be washing t-shirt. You gotta be doing this. They say, "Oh,
you still gotta go to work and have to pay the bills, pay the insurance fees."
Yeah, yes. So I'll be like, "Is that fair? Is it fair?" But yes, so I think we just express ourselves differently. I don't know if I was attached that to us being emotional. Yes, that's not. I don't think it's. I love being emotional. I'm a woman. I'm a human. I like to be in touch with my emotions. So I think everyone should be. I don't know why men should have pinned up emotions, because that's why they abuse things, women and other things, because they have that sort of the core things in. But so yeah, I think that everybody should be in touch with their own emotions at times. Yeah, so that's very important. So I don't know if I would say that women are more emotional. Actually, I don't know if you've seen me joking on the show lately, because people think that sometimes the women on the show we're rude and we are emotional. And I think that's very sexist. Honestly, I think that's all sexist description, because the men will be doing the exact same thing on the show. They'll be arguing, talking loud, getting vexed with each other. Nobody will say, out of agree watching the news feed. Nobody can say, "Oh, so you're emotional." So you, but let me and the other women on the show even raise our voice or be very firm in the way that we speak. Then we're rude and emotional. So I always say I'm happy that I tell everybody around me I'm a happily rude woman. I'm happily emotional woman. So I like feeling I like being in tune with my emotions, honestly. So yes, so that's, I think we are just one is task oriented. I think, like, if you look at the biology in a historical perspective, they say men tend to be hunters and women tend to be gatherers. Okay, so we'll gather things, we put things together, and men will be out there hunting and stuff like that. So when you're gathering things, you need to be able to talk, to know where these things are, you need to be able to communicate and work in groups sometimes to put things together, So and there's some good skills, we learn from being in a group of people. Yeah. So Why don't we just yes, I want to tell somebody said that women didn't start voting in Liberia until 1950. I want to thank you for that correction. Yes, I did think it was around that time. Couldn't remember my dates, so I really want to tell you thank you. So I would want to just say Happy International uh, Women's Day to all women out there, Liberian women. Want to just thank you for always joining us. Those of you who are joining, both men and women, we appreciate you being here with us. We appreciate your participation in discussing Liberia. That's what all we can do. It's very hard for us to do that. We making things clear. Sometimes we come about different perspectives, but it's all good because we're trying to at least make you think about what's happening in our country. There was a time when we didn't have this medium, you know. And
Yeah.
Arena, before I let you bring in the news, every time I'm out in the public in this part of the world, I see so many people that says, "Thank you so much for Spoon." Thank you so much for Spoon. And a lot of times, a lot of the older people that do like group homework here, where they're doing one-on-one, maybe if an older person's sick, and they could just come and be a companion for 2 to 3 hours. And they tell me that the show keeps them going because obviously, if they're taking care of some sick person, the person can converse with them and stuff. So it gives them some
Oh,
hope and connection. Yes, we're being aware of what's going on in their own country. So why the person, because when you're taking care of people, there's certain things you're allowed to do. You can't just do it at your house, in a person's house. So if you got a little small earphone, your little small earpiece in your ear, your small phone, you just put it on. You can be your radio or whatever, or you all can be being a person, a man or woman can be watching while they're laying down there or something. You check the hours when you're supposed to give them the pills or take them to the bathroom, but you're still listening and being informed. Before, if when they didn't have Spoon, they would just be there bored. They'd be on their phone talking or whatever, and that's how. So they're really, really
that's
thankful.
when they call somebody in Liberia and just want to take hours of your day. But you know that we ourselves here have to work.
Yeah,
They just
so
wanna talk. It's the video calls that can be irritating. They
oh,
just
you
want
sound so funny. I was speaking to my younger brother today, right? I was so mad because I called him and he said, "Let me call you back. I'm in the taxi. I think you're in the cab or something." But I didn't understand that. I wanted him to talk to me at that very moment. So later on, he said, "I'll call you back." Okay, I said, "Oh, I heard the noise in the back." I said, "Oh, okay, I'll call you back." But at the moment, I'm like, I have to go, so I got to do something. I got to talk to you. But yes, so that's when we call. Sometimes they harass you guys.
Yep.
My friends
So
and
can we
family.
take few callers back if
Yes,
you
let's do that.
allow us? Okay,
Yes,
so
let's
we
do
have
that.
one number right now that you can call us on 0555 You call what is on your mind. You want to talk about quickly before the show starts. Of course, the show started, but before the discussion start, Dr. Richardson is here. We're just playing around some of the happenings in our lives every day. Today is International Women's Day, the 30th edition, from what I gathered. I hope I'm not making a mistake. Is it the 30th or the 50th edition? It should be the 50th edition. Today, the gender minister. Okay, let me start taking calls. I was about to get into that. We'll have our first caller. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening, madam. How are you? This is Adama Kane. I join you from Twala. The thing that on my mind, that I've already seen and center on my mind. And I've already seen, I called it last time. I said, Nana, that I've already seen, I want for you to help me. My daughter's school fee. 1, 2, I want you to share 7 to sort of center. Let it empower me for Black Party. Let me be Black Party. The day you can't like, bro, you can't get Black that already. It's not easy. That center me of voter the government. Nothing getting high on all. I beg you, my daughter, made me like on my heart. Please, that already thing, I beg you, Mama. I beg you, I beg you. I beg you in the name of God. I beg you that already you help me. Please. Thank you very much.
You are welcome. 0555 Call and tell us what is on your mind. What is it you want to talk about? This is your chance and opportunity. 0555 We have on the one line right now, so let's take you. Good evening,
Yeah, good evening.
sir. What is your name? Where are you calling us from? Straightly to the point.
Well, I'm Moses P. Sewell calling you from Zuraju, Grand Jeda County.
Good. What's going on?
Well, I really appreciate you and that my favorite mom. Dr. Frank C. on the show. While waiting for the others to appear tonight. But out of their concern, are really appealing to the panelists. Sometimes to be ready with them to discuss the classes that we are going through, the food, the school fees, and that of the health. Now all the time they will be discussing those guys are working in government are making money and their children enjoying life. Then we in the rural area, some of our children were in Catholic school, and we ourselves graduated from Catholic school years back, so we can see our children going to other school that we never attended. We want to see our children going to the same school we graduated from. But nowadays, things are very difficult for us. We are working, we are young people, and tell me, I will get it. We're not working, and it's not easy. You know, for the food prices and things. And I also appreciate the show. This is my favorite show, and this show can really consume my stuff. I can't miss this show.
Welcome. I hope you will share the show.
Yeah, then it really paid me while I don't watch it. I really appreciate it, and thank you very much.
You can still listen if you have your small radio, your phone, your button phone. Please share the show, even as you are calling, as you are watching. Share the show. Make sure more people come on to watch. Good evening.
Hello.
Yes. What is your name?
My name is Jeremiah Siawe.
Jeremiah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Let me say hi to my sister, Jason. What is on my mind is this capital building burning and the investigation. You know, there's the only country that we have that some of us will never be deported from. And the form and manner in which the investigation is going on is making some of us to wonder as to whether there will be any transparency. Because this capital building that got burned with two groups in this capital building fighting among themselves. And all the names that we've been hearing from the very beginning of this investigation.
Good evening. All right, so we'll take more calls. 05551010075. Again, 05551010075. Call and be live right here on Spoon Talk. What is on your mind that you want to talk about? Call us and be on the show. All right, 05551010075. 05551010075. Call and be on the show. Good evening.
Hello.
Yes, what is your name? Where are you calling us
Hello.
from? Good evening. You're live on the show.
This is Cecilia Waiting.
Yeah.
Calling from Harvard.
All right, man, Cecilia. What is on your mind?
Thank you very much. I wish to enjoy. Huh?
Go ahead.
I am watching your show every time. Mm-hmm. But this is my first time calling. I've been calling every time for red tap or tea. I've been calling. There is no way. Now, I just want to please, for you to please help me, just phone people. I saw the operation. I have a group, and I say, and they told me that I went to FA to pay 350. I told them that only 150 is taking happen. I'm just bleeding now in the house with my children. And I say, want to please help me, this is my number.
I mean, there are so many different doctors in Liberia right now carrying on different surgeries free of charge at the St. Joseph Catholic Hospital. The communication also came here on Spoon. You should go there too anyway and register for some of those missions. 05551010075. Call and be on the show. All right, let's take more callers. Let's talk to you. Good evening. All right. So see you if you're ready to come through so we can bring you through. So 05555. Dr. Registration, should I still take more callers?
Yeah, let's take more callers until we can get the CEO on. He's preparing. It looks like it will be fire.
Good evening.
Good evening, how are you?
I'm okay. What is your name? Where are you calling us from? And straight to the point, please.
Well, I'm calling from Jigotown. I'm very happy to always hear Spoon, and I just want to congratulate him. I'm Emmanuel Bala. So this is all I call for today. I've been very fortunate today. Yeah, I've been very unfortunate on me. My first time to call them to be able to pick you guys up. I hope this is my number. So thank you guys. All of you that are in there, especially Mr. Widows.
You're welcome. 05555. All right, 055510175. We should take more callers. Should we take more callers? Okay, we have
Yeah,
another call.
yeah, Lorena, I mean, you
Yeah.
asked it. I
Oh,
don't know where you go to.
Yeah, I want to know if I should take more callers.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You take a lot of calls.
All
The
right.
name we've been hearing
Yeah.
or that the RG been sending for that just people from the minority bloc. And one day we haven't heard any name from the majority bloc. All the names we're hearing for investigation, for questioning, that people from minority bloc. You know, it baffles some of us. It making us to think that investigation is highly political. Because if for any reason you had two groups in the building, and one group had access to the place that got burned, somebody in the morning that had a key to the place and the area was not broken into, at least some of them should be called for investigation. You know, they should be called for, or questioning. But every time we listen to radio, we hear if it is not Fananti Kofa, it is the other person, and all the other names we've been hearing just for the minority bloc. So I want
Thank
the
you.
RG to sit down, transparency's sake, then you really look at it critically, and you know, even invite some of those guys that were on duty that night prior to or getting on fire, and call them for questioning.
Thank you.
But nothing of such. We just hearing one name every day. So I think this whole investigation is highly political.
Thank
You
you,
need to
sir.
rethink and go back to the drawing table. Thank you for phoning in the time.
You are welcome. 0777710. I'm sorry, 05551010075. Call and be live. This is your show, Spoon Talk, where you get to voice out whatever it is that you are being troubled by. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah.
It's
What?
Spoon
This is Spoon. Spoon Talk.
Talk. Spoon Talk.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to thank you people for on the Spoon Talk. You are really filling out with information in Liberia. But you know, while you were talking about girls' child, in fact, in the first place, I'm Matthew Davis from Magibi.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Quickly,
I can
sir.
remember my daughter and my son when they were coming up. Each time when they made fuss, they and I called them what happened. The girl will explain more than the boy. All right? And each time we'll get best. You get best, best. So the boy started, look, I'm not going to complain. Anytime they get any information, anytime they get anything to him, he will just beat the girl. When we call him, why you beat the girl? He said, I'm just get her best. Because she can always take the best. Because she has sharp mouth to explain. And you see, that's what happened.
Mm-hmm.
Boys normally don't talk much. They always take action. You know, they always take action. And so when they are coming up, you need to watch them. You need to observe them. And today, the girl who talk plenty, she's in the legal field.
Okay.
She's
Thank
in
you.
the legal field.
Just where she
But
belongs.
what she practices
Okay.
is what she carries.
That's right.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
You.
05551010075. Call and be live right here on Spoon Talk, your program. This is where you want to be at this time. 05551010075. Please share the show for those that are watching and even listening. Good evening.
Yeah, how are you?
Please lower your monitor, sir. Good evening.
Okay, yeah. How are you?
Good evening.
Recording from Chiquit's factory.
All right.
My attention has been due to the tackling issue. So we are keep appealing as a tackling to the government to please take in our interest and then try to reverse the restriction that they put against us. Because
Thank you.
we really pay our money to enjoy the facility, the rule, but now we are not getting up to the rule. And the money that we pay, like for the insurance, it has to get expired. Within 6 months, the insurance will be getting expired. Then it means that we become a loser. So we
All right. 05551010075. We'll take more callers. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yes.
How are you?
You're live on the show, sir. Your name and quickly to the point, please.
My have to do with the police highway patrol.
What is your name?
It's Prince Rosie, calling from the hospital.
Okay.
Yeah, my the question have to do with the police highway patrol. In other countries, we see highway patrol pertain to the cars that break on the highway. They got two trucks that take the cars from the highway that break down. But our highway patrol, only there to run behind taxi and collect money.
Thank you.
And those cars that break down the highway cause most of the cause the accident happening.
Thank you. Zero.
Pay attention to that side. They get two trucks on the highway. Trucks that break down the road to take the truck on the road. Not for police to be running behind on the road.
Thank you. 05551011075. Again, call us and be live right here on Spoon Talk and voice out your views, frustrations, whatever it is your concern. You want to be on the show, call now. Good evening.
Yeah.
What is your name, sir? Quickly
It's
to the point.
on the ground road.
What is on your mind?
I want mama due to the traffic tomato. So please see recently about keke that using caterpillar light in the night. When a caterpillar like use the protocol that keke confuse the whole driving system. The guy put it down there, all the using BB light on keke and stop there. That's where all that carry human be to make hope. You won't fight, but I can't see it on you. You can't take care of life.
Thank you.
So I want to talk to the police. I want to see receipt. You know, carry like you see, carry like on keke. Thank you.
All right. 05551011075. Again, 05551011075 is the number. Call and be live right here on Spoon Talk. We are live on Spoon 107.5, Fabric 101.1. We are live on Spoon TV, Fabric TV, Super TV, and across other platforms in Liberia. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, your name, sir.
Good evening.
You're live on the show, sir. What is your name?
Yeah, my name is Mo Bobo calling from Coca-Cola Factory.
What is on your mind?
Yeah, what on my mind? We the Liberian, we have problem for our very self. Let me be real to you. They same man that before yesterday, criticizing that what people looking and talking about, he was holding Liberian group. Send a paper to over for 1 year now. When when I see 77 crying here, they say they can receive their salary on time. No, when I see our police here around here forcing on for that. The government, when things start to face it, is difficult. The government trying their pressure that go up in Syria. Don't see the local farmers what they are doing. People doing land farming there. They want more they're not doing nothing. They just want to government not doing the government not doing that. Let our leaders and go up in Syria and do something and support their country here. We will not rely on government. Thank you.
05551011075 and 05551011075. Doc, should I take more callers?
Yeah, why don't you do that? Until
551011075. Let's talk to you. Hello. All right. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening, dear sister. How are you?
Fine, thank you. Welcome, sir.
Yeah, thank you. This is the people's governor. The most talk about district number 10 governor, Adamso Isaac, and I join from Kingsburg.
Okay.
Yeah, my concern I've been drawn to like many of the scholars reporting about the police. You know, the police is there to protect life. You know, and they are been where they are. Why it's true, all is not roses. It may not be 100%. I think they are trying their little best. But what some of us would want to say, some of us that travel out of the country and we came back and see the happenings of the way police are operating nowadays, it's just quite different. They just need to stop the too much fighting in the traffic, fighting the common citizen is not good. Because you saw the other one was right there, and this man and keke rattle into a fight. You go there play every day, they rolling or sleep to fight, which is not good at all. So at least there's a need for them to really do their work professionally. If the citizen offend you in a way, I think you can go and get some of your manpower and see how you can engage the citizen.
Thank you, sir.
To respect the citizen that you people are representing. So So we pray that they do their best and stop the too much fighting. The brutality is too much. Thank you.
0555101.
Let's take about maybe two more and we get in the conversation. Lorena, how you doing today? The Honorable Akaris Moses Gray, how are you? Ladies and gentlemen, your network, your station, share the show. We got a lot to discuss today. It is so concerning what is happening in our country. We invite you, the good, the bad, and the ugly. We're going to take two more calls, just two more, and we get into our conversation for the day. Lorena?
All right. Let's take you. All right. 055510175. Good evening.
Yeah.
You're live on the show.
Yeah. I just want to say good evening. Good evening to the school family, more especially my people center open. Yeah. Actually, my opinion, you're drawn to some national issue like the incident that happened at the Capitol building. We just want to tell Gregory Kumar that you should take the time to be able to at least to do some check and balance. What transpired over there, at least you must be able to call the both parties, because the both parties certain area that place is only particular for the lawmakers and their representatives can be so. You must also see, but actually it really brought to my attention in a sense that the Liberia National Police got a headquarters over there, and that kind of thing went on. Craig had need to take time to carry on investigation. We thank you for America, which is the same fire aspect. You also be able to relate and they can be able to work together and be able to come up with funding. But every night and I always filing about productivity and people in the majority and stuff like that. But I just urge the IG you be steadfast and be able to use it in descriptions when it comes to setting investigation.
Thank you, sir. 055510175 again. 055101075. Call and be live right here on Spoon Talk, your show, the People's Program, so you can voice out your opinion. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
Yes, you're live on the show.
My name is Leta. I'm calling from Magibe.
Go ahead.
The thing lawmakers are doing for us is not good though. Because one person taking $1,500 US. We are saying that our children not even going to school. We just paying them for nothing. They're going to work 1 month and just 12 days they're going to for. We just suffering in the country here. Our children suffering, they're not going to school, we're sitting at home. So we I mean, they will learn small thing they get for us to be sent to school. When you have to say that children at home, they're not going to school. They're sitting there, they're not doing no somewhere, then they're taking government money, $1,500 US for one person, $50,000 for one person. How can I want it to be in La Brona?
Thank you.
Where they do it. So beg you, my people, you're fit up for us. Now you have seen people encourage us to vote for Joseph Parker, who did it. At the end of the day, we stop and actually we're not going to school. Yeah.
All right, 055510175. The last caller for the night for now. 055510175. Good evening. Good evening.
Good.
Yeah. How are you? What is your name? Where you
Good
calling
evening.
from? Yeah, you're live on the show.
Yeah, I'm calling. I'm watching from Lufa County. Lufa County, Piran, Georgia.
Okay. What is your name?
My name is Kasara Jakite.
Kasara.
So I want to welcome and thank appreciation to Spoon Network, our CEO, Water Spoon, and the panelists. Actually, I want to tell the Spoon Network they are doing extremely work for Liberia and in the entire country, the Republic and the world. The whole world actually is doing work for us, and we the Liberian people. The Water Spoon Network is the best network And Lofa County, more after Lofa County, we want school talk to be actually for us to listen to it on the radio. But for me, I watching on my phone. So if we can listen to it on the radio, like the way Bangla people and the other people listen to it on the radio, it will be so fun and appealing to the PO to play as channel to Lofa County, so everybody can be hearing a spoon talk on radio.
Thank you very much. Thank you, my friend. Spoon Talk is in Lofa. I don't know where in Lofa you're joining from, but we'll try our best to reach all over Lofa County. Thank you very much, my friend, and thanks for joining Spoon. Ladies and gentlemen, I woke up this morning, my eye hurting. I don't know, Gregory Kuma gave me an eye problem. Yes, no, I talk about Gregory Kuma. I don't, this juju thing they're doing, like, bro, yeah.
My man, you can't close your mouth, I swear.
Then juju thing they're doing, like, bro, fully family talk about juju, Ava Jones talk about juju. Everybody getting chicken. Listen, if y'all don't care the people chicken and share the blood, y'all please give me the chicken to eat. Y'all keep the blood, but y'all give me the chicken and me eat. Yeah, man, juju. Welcome to the show. We'll talk about 45 minute juju. We'll talk about Ava Jones juju and all the other people that are doing juju in the country. Can you imagine? I mean, my head is hurting, man. People talk about juju. They put juju in my office. You get juju, you can't win the lottery. Come on, man. Whew.
They will pass it on to friends and family in the United States so we can win the lottery and be rich, right?
I'm telling you, man, great, y'all stop that thing, man. Great, don't do that thing to us.
Don't put me in that thing.
You know, I had a teacher from Ghana, right? When I was growing up in Liberia, and during that time it was the apartheid time in South Africa. So he used to say, "Well, all every day juju, you got juju in Liberia. Why you can't stop the apartheid from happening in South Africa?"
I can't understand about the whole juju thing. I see people calling me, "Stand on, you see they put juju in front for the family offer, they put juju in front of Ava Jones." So that juju you want us to do now, let's do the juju. If you're not killing the people,
juju.
If you're not killing the people chicken, you're feeling killing the people gold. I'm begging you, you're sharing that Ramadan. Let's eat some. We begging you.
My man, let it bring the goat to my heart.
Y'all tell the blood, your girl they go to eat. We begging you. I beg you.
In the blood, you can cook it sweet.
My man, the people won't keep the blood. Let them keep the goat blood and give her the goat to eat. We eat it.
The man I get to kill someone chicken, the baby and picking
voodoo, juju, voodoo. What kind of nonsense is that? The president can. Oh, I got a breaking news today. I get one of the biggest breaking news they begged me not to say. I will say on the show today. Y'all share the show. I'm going to say something today. You know what? Wow. Listen, guys. I will say the one on the show today. But I want to welcome every one of you. Gregory Coleman, our head thing, he gone Ghana. Now he gave me the same eye problem. Gregory Coleman come to America because he eye head. We wish Gregory Coleman well. And Gregory Coleman, my brother and friend, we wish him well. And since the fire report came, Gregory Coleman eye started hurting. So he in Ghana. Huh?
It's not juju from the police station.
Juju too, right? I'm voodoo.
Juju, that brother. You're crazy.
No, seriously. So I woke up this morning, my eye head into it. I said, Gregory Coleman gave me an eye problem. Oh. Yeah, look at all the juju from Ava Jones, the juju from.
I'm talking about juju been there for a long time.
For the talk about juju sent 2023, 2022. Follow that juju man. Follow that juju man. Oh yeah, follow that juju man. Follow is not small potato. He's a juju man.
29, I gotta go to that man for juju.
I mean, I'm staying your juju. I mean, I don't come there with your juju. We eat your chicken and your goat and your talk about juju business. I beg you, yeah. That thing they put there and say, oh, go to the medicine man. The man will do the one. We just used to go there to eat the poor food. Then I kill all the old man and chicken and everything we hungry.
You know when you go hustle the kisan, they say they put some kind of medicine there.
They put some kind of medicine. You know what we used to do? We used to pee on it.
Well, you know
pee on it and take the cassava.
We know what. You can't say what they put medicine on the cassava, put hungry, rip off and brown.
No, then they can say you will turn to wet chicken. You will fly. The people will get you. I'll break you out. So, ladies and gentlemen, they look at for the juju, but the thing looking like a lapel. It looking like somebody close button. How can they want to be juju?
My man.
Look at the other juju.
But he
look at the other juju. My man, I called for the other, they don't want to take my call. Look at the other juju. I mean, people are really serious.
Yeah, they less busy.
I mean, so what's going on?
They said that the smoke from the Capitol building at Wayne Gregory.
But what the other Juju going to do? What are you going to
do? Juju? My man, Latin that Juju though.
My man, man.
I can tell it's very
Juju though. Now, bro, the came out. Now, Juju, tell her banana go to the house. That job they gave me.
The message when he PB on it. The message when he PB on it.
Something came in the Capitol building, and the man, so they decided to be afraid.
Yeah, but listen, let me ask people, Gabriel Dodo, that you know about Juju, Gabriel, you tell us now. I didn't care that. Evelyn Williams, that you know about Juju, you tell. What the other Juju going to do? So if you go in your office and I'm feeling bad, you go in your office, right? Then the Juju will walk to you. I mean, what the strap? Just tell that dead and go throw it away, man.
My man, me when the man go in your office and finish, can't see you against it. You will just fall down.
I like to see.
If for the coin inside, man, I ain't going in that office. All the beam when you get.
Our country, not easy.
They put occasion like a bit of billion. Seriously, you Juju.
You know,
but look at the other man. You see the blood.
Yeah, but
blood.
So for me, this is what I'm thinking. You have to believe in those things for it to be effective, and that belief got to be part of your way of thinking about life or thinking about yourself. So
the devil exists.
I've never experienced that before, so I won't say.
No, like people like us, we don't believe in those things, okay? But the part of the matter is that the devil exists.
Yeah,
Obama narrating a story at the last time.
Yes.
Okay? Some of these things exist in the Bible. It says, "Suffer the witch not to live." So the Bible acknowledges witchcraft.
What kind of power written?
Like you're saying, for me, I mean, I have the same belief you get. When you believe in it, it will work on you. That's the kind of belief I have, that once you believe it, it will work on you.
Yeah, it affects you.
Yeah, sometimes, but what they're doing in the Capitol building, I mean, to start dropping things in each other offices.
I'm sorry, I can't explain. So the people say I shouldn't talk about the Juju. But I was saying about it. They put coming. They say, "Oh man, but put that thing. I don't talk about the thing that pure country thing." I mean, what kind of listen. I respect all my papa. How you call him? And what the man is Zanzan Kawa. I respect the man still living the loud man. I respect all my elders and chief, right? But don't go tell somebody sponge and put fire on it and put fire coal and put iron around it. Then you go kill the people chicken and go. Yeah, give me the chicken and go. Let me eat. I can't explain about it. I don't do this thing, man. You guys are all over, man.
Don't tell me that you told me for in the Capitol building, you help me also. Forget about me. I beg you. Forget about me. Go to the minute you put there. They don't want to drink.
I can't explain. Don't do this thing, man. You helping my head. I can't explain. And then you know what, Lovina. Lovina, open the phone and let's ask the people what kind of juju be this. What kind of juju be this?
And I just say, you can see something, kid, man.
The thing about it is that it's like, why does juju work on some people and it doesn't work on some people? That's what I can't understand about it.
like you say, impossible.
Man, I beg you, ladies and gentlemen, please, Lorena, before we bring Ellis Coffee to talk small with him, can you please open the phone line? Let us Liberian people. I mean, what kind of juju be this? Seriously, Lorena, I'm begging you, please go back to the phone line. Let's take a few calls.
I mean, I call the Papa one came in with all kind of juju there.
Yeah, but call the Papa. Call him.
Yes, what is your name, sir?
I'm James Martin.
Yeah, they're asking you what kind of juju is this if you're watching.
The juju is okay. All the Lord may God there. They let me move on in that bureau.
I'm telling you.
There are all juju, they kill all of them.
Thank you.
I wouldn't want to kill you on the show, man. Take the next call.
01075 again 0555101075. Call and be a part of the discussion. You are being asked a question. If you know, call 0555101075. Good evening.
Good evening, Lorena.
Yeah, welcome to Spoon Talk.
Me and call for to apologize for me because let me hold it for the family. I can't do like 5 brother from keep my country.
They're asking what kind of juju is this on the screen?
Yeah, I know juju. Me, I'm Muslim. Man. I know where I got juju. My only juju I go to serve God to hold my fast. So I'm a beggar around. Uncle for she go from there. Let me hold my fast.
Tell that man no more.
The man said he wants a bag of rice and a bag of
yeah,
sugar.
tell no more. I was saying just tell no more. You give it to him.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. 0555101075. Are you a call back?
So let's take a few more calls. We want to know what kind of juju be this one. All right, guys. If you call, just talk about it juju. What's going on here, Glenny? You got your own juju? Let's go ahead. Let's go to the full line.
Yeah, James,
Yeah. So what kind of juju on the screen?
Is there to keep all the lawmakers, majority minorities, everyone, and it's more associated for the majority because they are not doing anything for all in the country.
Thank you. 0555101075. Second person saying the juju is to kill all the lawmakers. Good evening.
Hello.
What is your name?
Yeah, I don't want to say again. You see, to do anything, I get sick for 18 years. People can say that they want, but I don't believe in it. So the people that believe in it, I didn't want to solve in this country. I didn't want to make me, I don't know. They do only there, the 14 then say, I did all of them can die, who get new lawmaker, they will be all right.
They say, I'm not talking about that business on the street.
Yeah, man, I'm talking about kidding business.
Again, 0555101075. Call and say, what is this?
I mean, like, they get a little bring out in our capital building. I want to get so.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I remain the civil basketball and I call you for district number 1, Grand Basketball Country.
Civil basketball, you know what kind of juju on the screen?
To be realistic, for me, I don't know anything what they call juju, but the offer in which the juju. Yes, man. He referred to those people who have the power. You instead of wrong to me, I will wrong to them and what's my case. He referred to them as a left, as they call the power to today, you know, anything you say on somebody, tomorrow it can follow you.
Thank you.
Why they ain't calling the answer guy or other guy? But then lawmaker they will answer about is you know giving an insult to our judicial brain. Remember.
Thank you.
How that you do enter an office and you will first do on that office. Otherwise, you might not go to the office when you go to do for you. Thanks, brother.
What kind of juju be this one? Look at the other juju, look like Cobra here.
Are we at juju there?
That 2023 for the Formula First juju.
What? So can I hear you?
That for the Formula First juju, the one is saying when we were running.
In the capital building.
No. That oration say, leave me, man. I know where the people taking that oration say, I know. This is for the Formula Second juju. Let's bring in Ellis Coffee. Maybe Ellis Coffee know about the juju thing.
Or bring the third juju now.
So juju can only go to the same people?
Alice coming. What you know about this juju?
Your hand before you. I know nothing about juju. My hand is juju. My hand go business, man.
Okay, see, let me say something, right? I'm happy today because I know something, right? Look at this button that's also going on your shirt. They call it juju. The buttons also go on your shirt. Right? It can be on topping. It can be on lapel. They call it juju. Then look at the other one here. They're not clean. The table is dusty and they take fire coal. They put it on a chain or different rings and they say, listen, guys, let me serious for the sake of God. Then look at the other tail juju. It's feeling rainy. The water now wash something away. They put stake in the ground. They say that juju. Hey, God.
My police say another puppy to the grader. You want to go and load water to the grader. The puppy at home.
Oh, you heard that story too?
But you're there. That juju. Let me see what I get. I was thinking on my phone. Said somebody said I want to me.
Amen. Let me let out for the family and juju and Ava Jones juju go. But I see Ava Jones kill the chicken. But where the chicken? They flash the blood. But where the chicken? We want to eat the chicken. And our country chicken too, you know, it's sweet ahead. The man tell the blood like you get all the chicken to eat. I guarantee you I will do my JBC, John before you cry. I guarantee you. And Ellis Coffee no John before you cry, you can tell a real thing. Rabbi Funde. You post some Duka cry in it. I bet you, yeah. That's it, Chile. I said, Tamata, Juju, where? You do Kubo get Juju? Kubo got no Juju. I beg you, yeah. Juju, yeah. Don't cry.
This is Juan name like Juju.
You know, on the phone, as soon as I started cooling, and give up.
Oh, man, that why you the see him, man. I get my crew get limit. My crew alone like my French. I say hello and bad. I say, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Spoon Talk. We finish with the juju. I don't know your own juju, my juju that God. I don't know juju, so you tell me juju, I will just laugh at you. But it's up to you, you know. We want to be grateful for a beautiful Friday. We have Ellis Coffee. Ellis Coffee, you know that the man went down to be asset recovery, international managing director overseer. Ellis Coffee. This Ellis Coffee, the accountant. This Ellis Coffee, the researcher. The Ellis Coffee that doing ABR tax and accounting services. You want to do all your taxes called Ellis Coffee. Your business tax, your personal tax, corporate tax, any tax called Ellis Coffee. You want him to give you the best, he will give you the best. You claiming 1, you claiming 2, you claiming 5, call Ellis Coffee. You claiming 0, call Ellis Coffee. If you work in Liberia, you got to pay your tax dividend here in America, call Ellis Coffee. If you work internationally, my friend, I'm telling you, he's the master of tax. He will do your W2, W3, W4, and every W. Just call him. 2 people I can trust that they will do the taxes right. My brother John Malu and Ellis Coffee. When you are in their hand, you are in a good business, good hand. You got no problem, no IRS problem, no state problem, no federal problem, no wahala at all. They will do it for you and you will go home and be at ease. So we do have Ellis Coffee. But why is he on the show, Dr. Richardson? You didn't tell me you were bringing Ellis Coffee today. Yeah, you didn't tell me. Listen, I think I was able to glance as to this letter. You know, President Jose Yuman Boyka amended, he brought in another asset recovery and, you know, new one because the other one expired, right? The one for 2024 expired. So he brought in another executive order, replacing 126, and this executive order at 145. So this executive order that replaced 126 executive order, but he came in with new names. And the only person he kept was Edwin Clamantin, the councillor. I'm not saying Ellis Coffee name. I'm not saying Wyman Robertson name. There is no Martin K. and Colley. There is no Emmanuel Gangwe. But I'm saying Randy Jackson and Edwin Clamantin, both of them. So, what's going on? So here come Alice Coffee, the tax man. He has to tell us, I want to welcome all of you. Let's start the show, my friend. Uncle Sam will be joining us. We'll bring Tamba on. Clinton will be coming on. Mame will be coming on. All the good people. And then we will discuss, today we'll discuss what is happening at Enfield. We have the letter that Enfield board, the board of Enfield, Chris Yandogo, the Enfield director, they are recommending suspension for him. We have that letter, we'll read it to you. And also we received the appointment of Mr. William Boy. This took place February 20, I forgot, as acting NAFA Director General. This letter was sent by Alexander Nuta. Now, I think Alexander Nuta is the chair for the board. That's why he wrote the letter. But people are saying why it never came from the president. I cannot speak to that. All right. And we have another issue here that we'll be discussing tonight. Asala Mittal and HPX. And don't forget, the big one coming out is political leader Musa Hassan Belete of CMC. He will be in the house tonight. So thank you. Share our show. Let's have fun. And I got a breaking news for you. Me, today, I got a breaking news for you. I will wait for Musa and ask the question. People say, don't say it, but I will say it. The majority blacks have been given 15 days to set the house in order. The president of Liberia said he gave the majority black 15 days. He gave Richard Kun 15 days. He met Richard Kun yesterday. And today I can announce, what time is it now? 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock? Few hours ago, he met Fonati Kofa. Joseph Yima Bwaka, few hours ago, met Fonati Kofa, called Fonati Kofa. And he said, Mr. Speaker, I want to have a meeting with you. We have that story, and we'll be telling you full detail of that story. The president said he's ready to step into this wahala. The president said he's ready to be the middle person, the big man, the grandfather, the president, the commander-in-chief. And he called Fonati. And I was monitoring the meeting. I was monitoring the negotiation. And he and Fonati had a meeting today. We are breaking this news to you that maybe and only maybe this thing is about to come to an end. And the intervention of President Joseph Yima Bwaka, not beyond the scene, not a shadow intervention anymore. The real Joseph Yima Bwaka sent a message to Speaker Fonati Kofa. And he asked the Speaker that please come over at my residence, my rehab residence, I want to meet you. He met the Speaker and they discussed. And I will tell you what came out of that meeting. You want to share this show? And he told Richard Kun when he met Richard Kun, I gave you from 9 to the 15th of March. And you know what is the 15th of March? You know that if you ever read your literature book correctly, something about the 15th of March. But in Liberia, we remember March 15th to be Joseph Jinginrawa's birthday. But what happened in Rome when you talk about the 15th of March? Joseph Yima Bwaka gave Richard Kun and the majority black up to March 15 to set the house in order, to negotiate, or else he is washing his hands. And he is withdrawing his support from them. If that house cannot be checked and put in order. I'm sorry that I have to break the news while you are here, Ellis Coffee. Please give a few seconds. We'll talk about you and the asset recovery. But again, I can announce to the nation tonight, here on Spoon Talk, increase the volume of your radios, increase the volume of your radio. Thank you for joining us. President Joseph Yima Bwaka called for an emergency meeting and called Fonati Kofa. And Fonati Kofa, actually, he attended the meeting with few members of the minority black. And we can say this to you with 150% certainty, that it was a fruitful meeting. That I can assure you. The rest of the information, I am going to give you it step by step down the way. Liberia got to move on, my friend. Enough is enough. You either have your 49 vote, or you step aside, Richard Coon, or you either negotiate with Funati and his 27 men and women. But the country got to move on. Thank you for joining Spoon. Please share our show, and let's make history today. I'm not allowed to show pictures because I am not allowed to do so. But I can assure you, there was a meeting here today, and it was a fruitful meeting between President Joseph Yuma Boakai and Donald Trump.
If something was coming from your mouth, there can not fire.
Yeah, well, he's a former president, so it's not all right. So on this note, let me bring in. I'm going to give you the full story. Trust me, I will. That's why I said my mouth for Ishin, but you know what my mouth Ishin, I got to say something. So let me say this to you. I'm going to come back to my brother Alex. Alex, welcome to the show. It's good to have you.
Thank you, Stanley, and hi to everybody. Hi to Dr. Francine. Hi to my honorable Akaras Gray, Lorena, and Tamba, and then everybody in listening and radio land.
Thank you very much, sir. I'm sending the link to Omer Jackson. You know, right now he's taking his slow time because he's 72 years old. He's going to be 74. I gave him 2 years in the year alone. Alex, it's good to have you, man. We read with a story about asset recovery. You're very, very instrumental when the president asks you to be part of this team. The executive order expired on the 5th of March. And here we are. The president put in another executive order 145, replacing 126. The only name that crossed over were Randy Jackson and Councilor Mountain. I mean, did you resign? What's your story? When did you resign, if you resign? And what's your take? You think the asset recovery proceeded to your expectation?
Well, thank you. Let me first of all say thank you to the president, President Joseph Nima Boakai, for his tenacity to continue with the asset recovery. This is something that the Liberian people need, the fight against corruption. This is something that permeated our society and is eating us up in development and everything else. So every effort at fighting corruption is laudable. And on that note, I must laud the president for renewing the executive order and continuing asset recovery. However, I have always had my differences from the onset, the way it was formed. And that is why on March 5th, I wrote a letter asking for the leadership of the asset recovery to be changed. And on March 8th, I met with the president as well, and he expressed that changes will be made. And he also invited me to Liberia, and I went over the Christmas holidays, and we talked. But because I have other interests, which I expressed, so I had to formally resign from the asset recovery. So I did resign.
Thank you very much, Alex. You resigned, but my next question followed through. I mean, is asset recovery working in line to your expectation when you heard the name asset recovery and when you were told to please be part of this team?
Stanton, other people say I'm looking old because I keep my little beard. I just started keeping my beard. Anyway, but like I said, I always had problems with the way it was formed from the beginning and the way it proceeded. These things are technical matters, and they follow guidelines which are promulgated by the World Bank, the UNODC, and the UNCAC, the United Nations Council on Corruption. Now, these are guidelines that you have to follow, and these are international things. This is based on international protocol. And some of the laws emanating from these things have been domesticated in our country. And I'm one person who drafted some of those laws. So I'm very quorum with the situation. And then the work that I do, even in the United States of America, working with financial institutions that are in trouble, what we call consent order, when you don't do your financial crimes procedure properly, you're fined, in the billions. I'm working with some of these companies to resuscitate their financial crime situation. So I think I came with the pedigree to assist my country, which I desire to do in the fight against corruption. I was desirous. But I mean, things have to go professionally. There's no other way around it. And from the time I left LU, I started with PricewaterhouseCoopers, so I'm being accustomed to professionalism, and that's what I live. So when things are not done professionally, I beg to differ.
Because we agreed to have you for a few minutes, but please allow me to give the rest of the guys a chance to ask you a question. We have information about misappropriation in asset recovery. $1.3 million went through the hands of Clamounting Mama Robertson. Forgive me, my representative, Mama Robertson. And here we are. A lot of stuff went through and money exchange hand. People also pointing finger to Simon Steve Kwan, the deputy minister, at the executive mansion. People calling the name Bushman Keita. The rings of people that are trying to sabotage the good effort that the president wants to implement. What say you?
Well, I can't speak to the details of the asset recovery because I disengaged since around May, June last year. So I can't speak to the details as to what to get, and I'm not in.
Did you receive your pay while serving?
No, I've never been paid.
Even when you went to Liberia, why they couldn't pay you? Why are they not giving you your money?
Well, I have not been paid, and I know I received a text message that, your March, April, May salary was ready, but I didn't receive it, and I did not have the intention to receive it because I was going to disengage, so I didn't receive it.
Dr. Richardson, you want to come in, please?
Yes, hello everybody. It's good to see all of you here today. Mr. Coffee, you mentioned that you wanted the leadership to be changed. Was there a particular person or that you talk about some of the procedure efforts, that you felt some deficits were in those efforts, like for example, the inability to abide to international standards in terms of finances. But then I just was that specific person that you're after, not in a bad way, that you want to change?
The leadership is the leadership, the co-chairman, the chairman, that's the leadership.
So you want to Clamounting change?
I wanted a leadership change.
Oh, okay. All right.
You just,
okay.
Dr. Francine, you just stated that it's not about individuals and stuff and things like that. So I'm not after individuals. I'm after the right thing being done.
Yeah, you mentioned two problems. One was the problem with like some systematic problems. For example, problem with being consistent with international procedures in terms of how you manage finances or collect finances. That's what you do here, and the professionalism surrounding that. That's what you said. But then you also said, I would like to have had the leadership changed. And so that's why I asked that question.
Yes, so now, at a certain point, I expressed that, okay, granted it was formed the way it was formed. Mm-hmm. It was composed the way it was composed. Mm-hmm. However, I can still bring my expertise to bear for us.
Alice, I beg you, sorry. Are you playing music, TV on, something running in your back? Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, so I said that I could bring my expertise to bear for us to fix it, meeting the people as they are, go by the executive order, form an investigative team, which will be comprising of people from the existing institution, because this kind of work requires a lot of cooperation and collaboration and coordination with whether it's LACC, GSC, financial intelligence, and all that. So we could stay fixed. The people that are involved already, they have their own different expertise. People who have expertise in data collection, in different things. So we'll do a skill assessment and then put them to different places and bring the investigators from these different institutions and form a team of investigators and a team of lawyers, right? Whether it's drawn from the Ministry of Justice, whether some lawyers at the LACC and the other institutions, we can draw up a team of leaders to be led by Councillor Clark Martin. Mm-hmm. So all these things, I wanted to bring them to bear for us to fix it. But unfortunately, we had a situation where the asset recovery team had to go to court and all their activities had to stay. So once the activities stayed, it became, there's nothing could have been done at that time.
So you think that because the asset recovery team went to court, some of your suggestions in terms of the combination of the team was delayed or just put to rest, put under the table? Do you think that contributed to that? Or was there problem from the onset, the get-go of the combination of the team?
There were issues from the beginning.
Okay. Do you think that you better qualified than Clark Martin?
Clark Martin is a lawyer. How do I say I'm better qualified than him? But when it comes to that specialized area, I have my expertise.
Okay. Let me ask you again. Who do you think would have been best to lead the asset recovery team, a lawyer or someone with your expertise?
Now, this is a mistake we make in Liberia. Whether it's LACC, whether it's this, everything must be headed by a lawyer. If it is being headed by a lawyer, then that lawyer must have expertise in that work. The person can be a lawyer. It's an advantage to have the legal background because most of these things, they are background in law, all right? They have other experts who are investigators who can lead this process, who have done it, but they're not necessarily a lawyer. That is why when, for example, in the United States of America, when the president of the United States appoints a special counsel, the special counsel could be a lawyer, but a special counsel work with a team of investigators, whether it's FBI, whether it's other institutions, they come together.
I see. Right,
under that leadership and make it happen. Because at the end of the day, you got to go to court. There's legal ramification. There's got to be representation in court and stuff like that. So lawyers are important, but not necessarily if the person is not clothed with that expertise in that area, not necessarily can be the leader.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. Thanks very much. Let me go to Honorable Gray. Talk to us, sir.
Let me say good evening again, Mr. Coffee. I've been here for quite a very long time, very professional man. Though I took our own political path, but I respect your professionalism. And let me say that publicly today. You said something. You said things.
You still my boy, my man.
No, for life. You're my big brother in fight. Like you said, things have to go professionally. Quote unquote. Things have to go professionally. What did not go professionally?
Well, for example, when the president forms or write out an executive order, that is the what. Okay? When you say what, you say, let's do this. But how do we do it? So you have to draw up the terms of reference, the methodology. You have to draw a whole package. And this is where I respect Martin Colley, because for every time, for the first few months, for every assignment I gave that guy, that boy exceeded my expectation. He laid all the, for example, even some of the laws that I drafted, I told him, for example, let's document all the laws, because I will go to Liberia, carry the work plan and everything, all the documentation, and go and conduct a training. And when that guy came back to me, he exceeded my expectation widely. And so I have a lot of respect for the boys has his own exuberance and stuff like that. But I have a lot of and respect for his intellect. And this is where one of my expertise come in to mentor people, young people who are growing, who wants to drink from the fountain of knowledge. This is where I mentor them. So the Gonkwers, the Harold Jones that were on our team, they were willing to learn from drink from the fountain.
Okay, my last question, just final. Club Mountain has served as the head of the LACC. We amended the law creating the LACC to provide direct representative power. He did not get the reappointment. Subsequently, he fled out of the country and claimed that the CDC-led administration wanted to kill him. He comes back to the country automatically after the elections. They appoint him as access recovery team. Then some doubt set in about going after a group of people who he claimed wanted to eliminate him, because I know he went Europe and tried to seek political asylum. I'm fully aware of that one, representing Liberia in Europe at the national legislature, represent as head of delegation. So as a professional man, I just want you to be very clear. It has nothing to do with politics. Do you think that people from the past administration would have felt comfortable or would not have had doubt or raised concern about somebody who claimed that people from the past administration? Don't you think that would have been perceived as some degree of wish hunt on his part? I'm not talking about the rest of the people, but just Club Mountain, with the sequence of events that I just stated. Was that some of the concerns or some of the doubts being raised? Because you talk about professionalism, you talk about the leadership, you wanted leadership change. Was that part of the concerns for the independence of the access recovery team?
So that's a good question, Akaros. And that is one of the challenges that the asset recovery faces. For example, you will remember that there is this issue with the LACC in terms of usurping a function and the different things. So the LACC as an institution felt otherwise, right? And then my take was this work requires collaboration. So, and when I spoke with the LACC, wise in the United States, the LACC was open to collaboration, but that collaboration must be set, right? Meetings must be held. Demarcation must be drawn as to who does what and what help you need. All these things are embodied in the work plan. And from there, what we call certain communication will be drawn out, cooperative documents to be drawn out that institutions will sign jointly or severally, right? For this work, for everybody to understand their boundaries. But it appears that the leadership was not ready to go into that, to kind of that collaborative effort with the LACC, right? Especially there are other institutions, like I mentioned, whether it's the Financial Intelligence Agency, whether it's the Internal Audit Agency, whether it's the GSC, whether even the PSC, the Public Account Commission at the legislature, which Amara Conner heads now on the senatorial side. That is another institution that needs to be cooperated with. So those were some issues that we had from the beginning.
Okay, but in the amendment, just quickly, in the amended version of the executive order, some of these institutions are included. The LSCC, the GSA, some of the institutions you need. Do you think that with the collaboration that you wanted now being announced in the executive order, do you think it will become professional as you think you wanted to see it with Clemente being there?
Well, this is not peculiar to Liberia. I mean, asset recovery and all these work are not peculiar to Liberia. That's why they have the international guidelines that every country, uses and take that and domesticate it. Like cross the T's and remove certain things, but you don't domesticate it. They take ownership. So anybody who come in that space has to understand that there's cooperation and got to promote that cooperation for the work to go on smoothly. Because mind you now, all these institutions they are doing investigation as well. The LACC is doing investigation. So they could feed things off you. You will need information, for example, the FIU is critical because the FIU is FIA, the FIA, the Financial Intelligence Agency is one of these, if not the only, is one of the institutions that can reach across borders and get anything and get any financial information. And so that institution is critical. So you got to cooperate. And I'm glad, and when I saw the new executive order, I'm glad that President Bouakai mentioned some of these institutions in that document.
Thank you very much, Alex. Let me bring in Uncle Sam, then we'll go to Tamba. Uncle Sam, welcome to the show. It's good to see you, sir. Uncle Sam? I think Uncle Sam internet. Okay, Tamba, you want to come in while Uncle Sam makes some adjustment? You're muted, Tamba.
Birthday, and you traveled to some exotic spot. I saw
Okay,
you
wait
all
1
over
minute.
Facebook. You were froissing. I'm glad you enjoyed that. Okay, Alex, I don't have my internet. Is my internet going on and off? Can you guys hear me?
No, it's good. It's good, Uncle Sam. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So, Alex, I was alluding to your fabulous birthday that you had, and you went to some exotic place, and you were froissing all over the place. A kid from Nukutan, really enjoying the white man home, speaking not easy. Anyway, look, you're laughing. Alex and I are very, 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 very good friends. We share a lot of thoughts. Look, Alex, I just want you to just tell the Liberian people the way the asset recovery team was set up. I mean, I don't want us to be political because I know you support the regime and you support the administration, but if you were appointing a team, who are some of the what are some of the core competencies and qualifications you'd be looking for on an asset recovery? And you can let the Liberian people know that.
Yeah, so in the onset, I drafted a document that stated the composition, all right, not more than 5. The composition and all the different, investigators, lawyers, all the different qualifications that you look out for that these people should have. I drew that out and I sent it. That was from the beginning, before even the executive order was drawn out. So yes, there are specialized expertise that everybody have, not just lawyers. There's there's investigators, there's law enforcement, there is human rights, people with human rights background, because some of the work involve human rights as well. You can't cross the line. Human rights is an issue that when you abuse is a constitutional matter. So all those pedigrees, and somebody with a combined knowledge of financial crime investigation, management, somebody who understands change management, somebody who's worked in that space, maybe in some other developing countries as well as in developed countries as well. Those are some of the things that was drawn up in that document.
Okay. Look, the second thing is, I can say frankly to you, from my own putting my nose around, it does appear that asset recovery has some credibility problem with the public. what would you propose going forward that would bring instant credibility to the asset recovery team?
Well, it was when I was in Liberia, it was my understanding that the asset, even though the asset recovery, the Supreme Court placed a stay, and I had disengaged, but it was my understanding that the asset recovery had made some gains, and that those gains would be continued once the case was resolved and the executive order was renewed, and that those gains would be carried forward to the next year. So I trust that I hope, not trust, but I hope that they will continue on those gains and make progress. Because some of the things that we look at, Big Brother Samuel Jackson, is after it's not just about investigation. We are challenged. It's not only about investigation. It's also about going to court, prosecuting, right? Getting an indictment and because you have to get a guilty verdict before you recover what we call the proceeds of crime. Because recovery is the proceeds of crime that you recover after the person is found guilty, or if the person admits and the person is ready to settle without going to court, then you can recover asset. But that value chain has to be a team. And along that value chain, we have a challenge along that. So we even have to cooperate with the courts in Liberia, because at the end of the day, you do all the work here, you go to court, then the case die or something happening, then all your work going in vain. You're not even creating enemy for nothing.
Thank you, Alex. We're going to bring in Tamba. Tamba, you'll be the last to go. We'll be bringing Musa next to have a great conversation. Talk to us, Tamba, your question for Alex Coffey.
Thank you, Stanton. Hello, brother Alex Coffey. It's a pleasure to meet you and to have this opportunity to have the conversation around the asset recovery work that's ongoing in Liberia. I just want to start with a few clarifying questions, and then I'll make a brief statement so we can move on. So I understand that you decided to distance yourself and disengage because of professional and system issues, correct?
The formation and the composition and all that stuff and the leadership, yeah.
Okay. So professional systems, and then the talent that was made up of this team, the people.
Well, you can't put words in my mouth. I said the formation, the composition, and the way things were being done.
Okay. Composition is the people who comprise or who were made up of this group. So that's why it's the people at the time.
But you also said leadership. You said leadership.
It's still within the human resources bound, right?
Yeah.
As Radley said, and again, I have been doing this for over 20 plus years, building teams, finding talent for organizations and companies. So the question to you, Alex, before you were nominated or you were named to this group, to the asset recovery team, were you headhunted? Were you consulted? Did you give your consent to be named to this team?
I would say yes, and I will answer your question. I will explain. So the first time I was called by somebody who was supposed to be a member of the team, and then I had a problem. That's the first disagreement I said. But I thought, they say I kind of say not true when the president appointing somebody, the president got to call somebody or somebody from the office of the president. But why is a member of the group calling me? So I had a problem with that, and I said, okay, but the way it's being done is wrong. So okay, attend a meeting. So I attended a meeting, and in that meeting, I expressed that the way it was expressed, I was vocal. I expressed that the way it was being done was wrong. So they recessed because they were supposed to put the names up the next day, but they decided to, based on my utterances and everything else, they decided to hold off. All right, and then 3 weeks after, I was contacted again, right, and we had the conversation, right? And then we had an understanding. Initially, they wanted to make me a co-chairman, and I said, no, I don't want to be co-chairman. And I stated the reasons why. So then I said, okay, I will consult with the group, and then I will help with the process. Said no, you want to be named. So I agreed on the advice. That's how we agreed on the advisory position, but to work remotely. So I would be in the U.S. and I would come to Liberia periodically, right? So that's what we agreed on. So yes, to answer your question, yes, I was consulted.
Great.
But we didn't discuss other things like salary and all the compensation and all that stuff. We just agreed, and then the name came up. And then I was on Spoon when the names came up. I was happy, but then when I saw the list, when Stanton put the list on, I'm like, ooh. Ooh.
Thank you very much. And that's how we caught you in the act. But I want to say, let me squeeze this in. $1.3 million and change. Where's that money? What did you guys do with the money? Because the money came in and you resigned maybe November or so, you submitted a letter, as you say, of maybe December. Where's the people's money? How did you guys spend the money? I mean, you cannot take yourself from this now, though.
How did they spend the money?
Yeah, how did you and the rest of the Clamati, this gentleman, because allegation that he misappropriated the money and you didn't get paid, and now you guys asking for more money. There's a whole cartel triangle around this, and I gotta be serious with you here. You know, what do you know about how this money was spent?
I don't know how the money was spent. What you say? You that collective guilt?
I think the reason why,
Alex, you are part of the team, though.
Alex, you are part of the team, and he actually discussed on even if you exonerated yourself.
For example,
Alex, let me say something straight here, and I know we'll come here and laugh, but $1.3 million is a lot of money that the name people are calling Samuel Stikwa, Bushman Keita, Clark Martin, the counselor, right? And what do you know about? Let me ask you: did Clark Martin, did he go to Ivory Coast to dig beyond Samuel Tua property, and later he was offered something? In that case, it's a dead case upon the robber. How far did that investigation go with the Samuel Tua property in Ivory Coast?
I don't know about that. What I do know when it comes to money, the only thing I do know is that there was a contract signed for, I think, I can't remember the figures, but I think 9,800 or so for publicity. And I was one of those that kicked against it. The question was, we haven't even started work. Why are we doing publicity? We didn't even draw up our terms of reference and all that stuff. Why are we doing publicity and all that stuff? What is the need? That's with some money. So we objected to it, right? And then through that objection, it was discontinued.
What about the office space? What about the office space that we heard money went in the toilet and you guys misappropriated the money to find an office space, and Clark Martin either used his old office or went to his house office? I mean, so I feel that you're holding something back. Why?
And then the next thing I know of is the money that was supposed to be spent for the office space. All right. I was one of the persons that said, no, we don't need to rent an office. This is a 1-year deal. Even though it could be renewed, we don't even need to rent an office. We can use any office space. When we did the presidential investigation team, we used a conference room in the police station. That's what we used. All we did was we bought a big safe that we put our document inside. It was safe, and we had a process on combination and all that stuff. So that's why even Joshua indicated to us, he said he has not seen COVID. I see no office where nothing leaked before. Your own place, something leaked, and because he made a correction on the last report we presented to him, and he gave it back to us. Say, "Hey, okay, your report before you can leak from our office," because I have not seen that. So
yeah, what people are thinking that you, Alex Coffee, holding something. I know you guys go. You give us only 30 minutes. Why folks are thinking right now that you're afraid? Is it because you think you're going to work in the government, you want to play it safe? Is it because you know people that you want to cover for? Why are you holding something back? There's a big misappropriation when it comes to the money issue. You talk about office space. You talk about publicity, but that's the least. We are talking about 1.3 million. Do you think the government, President Walker, should call for audit before giving those people any other money? Do you think it will be necessary?
For example, yeah, the question is yes. If, for example, if by any chance the president had made me the head of the revive asset recovery team, the first thing I'll do is audit. That's the first thing I'll investigate the very asset recovery first before I even say.
You must have something right now, because if they make you the head, you will audit. It means you know something. It means you smell something. It means there's massive corruption that we've been reporting, and you're alluding to it. Therefore, you want LDCC, you want GSC, you want some form of audit and investigation. Do you think Clemente, this councillor, do you think he will recuperate? He will bring back the Liberian people stolen asset and wealth under his leadership?
Well, Stanton, that's a normal thing for anybody who is up for integrity and everything else. Before you sit down somewhere, you got to know whether they play clean, right? Now, coming back to the money issue, I don't know anything. I did not even see the asset recovery budget. What I do know is in our meetings, they talk about these two things: the $43,000, I think, for the rent, and I objected to it. I thought we could even use an office space in the Ministry of State at the minister in charge of the Sam Square office somewhere. We could use that and do the work, or we use some conference room. So we didn't need to. But however, they consummated that deal in Monrovia, and I didn't know what happened extra. But I hear that they have an office.
But you're spending money. I bet we got to leave again. Thank you very much, Alex. I don't want to beat you. I hope you're happy tomorrow, man. We got Musa coming home. We got other people. It is only important. It is only important that when we speak on this thing, people think it's a joke. But we got document about massive corruption. The money wasn't well spent, right? And you know about traveling DSA, and you know the reason why you cannot go after 712 or McGill or folks that you guys have accused and say you got something on them. Who is walking and working alongside with Clemente from CDC, that they are bearing information that comes through and come in from CDC when, example, my brother D2 get homes in Ivory Coast. People get houses in Ghana. They say the money was stolen money. But then when to investigate, that case died. Wow. And you heard the same thing that I heard, but you choose not to speak. May God bless our country.
But Stanton, I know nothing about the investigation process because I disengaged even before we had a work plan. I disengaged. So I don't know about what the asset recovery did, the asset recovery team did.
The one thing we can think of is you are asking the government. Yeah, but you're asking the government to call for audit. You agree with me? No, I'll give you the last one. You're the guest. I'll give you the last one. You're asking the government to call for audit before any other money can go to that asset recovery.
I did not say that. Don't put words in my mouth.
I'm asking you.
This is traditional. Any professional person who is appointed somewhere has to do some check and balances before you sit down.
Should the government send another money without audit?
Say again?
Should the government send another money to asset recovery without auditing them on the first amount?
Obviously, that is standard procedures. The government need to audit.
So you are calling for audit, my friend.
Yeah, that is standard procedure. The government should audit.
I want to come and stand on just quick.
We gotta go. Musa Benedict coming on. We gotta go.
I just wanted to come in quick. And yeah, I like Alex a lot, and he tried to polish his statement a little bit, which is very professional. And there are barrage of allegations from a month, not just from our side. The assets recovery team that have been financial abusers. Martin Cody flagged that issue. The EFFL guy flagged that issue. They're all pointing finger to Clemente. My question here is that though you're not a member again, you have resigned. Do you believe in the credibility of Clemente to head the assets recovery team with this barrage of allegations?
I never believed in that from the beginning. I don't believe in it now.
Thank you very much.
I think Alex has more to share than he's giving us on the show tonight, Stanton. I know he has to go.
Thank you very much. Alex, you have the last word. It's good to see you. Musa, can you come on if you're hearing us? Alex,
Let me conclude.
Yes, sir.
Let me conclude.
Yes, sir.
All right. I know, Stanton, you're trying to create sensation and put a spin, but this is clear. From the beginning, I did not like the way the asset recovery was formed and composed. I tried to work at it, and as Martin Colley and Gonkwe and the other guy said, we always in the same boat, except that Martin Colley and myself spoke a lot. They went public. I'm a different kind of person. I operate differently, right? They went public, but we shared the same. We were kicked out of the chat room and all communication network of the asset recovery. The same time, Martin Colley was kicked out.
People on it program for a longer time,
and we were kicked out. The same time Martin Colley was kicked out, I was kicked out. Martin Colley came public, but I reserved the right not to come public. For example, you know, Stanton, you asked me for the letters I wrote. Even when we had the last conversation, you asked me for it. I said, no, this is communication between the president and myself. I can share it publicly.
So should I share it? Should I share it now?
And the way that I do this,
embarrass you on
confidentiality, man. So I can disrespect the president by sharing his letter.
Alex,
we were removed from
Hey, I'll see you. I just want to say hello to Alex.
How do you operate it after recovery? How do you do work?
No, but on a serious note, we want to appreciate you even for coming today. I think the asset recovery is just messing up badly. We got document. Next week, we'll be rolling those documents out. Misappropriation bigly. I mean, the names that have been involved with this stealing in asset recovery, I'm surprised at Club Mountain. But again, with all due respect to you, Alex, I appreciate you. And I know that you try your best, but it is why it is. Guys, if you're in America, you have to do your tax. It's tax season. We got to run with this until April 15. Dr. Bobla is working in Liberia, but he must commit. He must do his taxes here. So Alex is the man to go to do your taxes.
I do my taxes to LRA. I do my taxes to LRA.
Yeah. Okay. I want to say thank you, Alex. It's good having you.
Hey, Alex, good to see you, man. It's been a long time, but good to see you, my friend. Good to see you.
Thanks everybody. And thanks everybody in listening land.
Yeah. All right. See you. Yeah. All right, guys, we want to say thank you. But again, while we wait for Musa Hassan Bedete, CMC political leader, while we wait for Musa, we want to say again, let's just take a quick jab on this one. And I'll be bringing Musa Sakot too. But let me say this, Dr. Richardson. Can you please tell Musa that we're ready for him? He's not in the back. Honorable Greg, it's very important. Everybody saw through Alex, a very decent man, my own crew brother, right? But he's holding back. Something is happening.
I believe so.
He's calling for audit. The nation calling for audit because people have observed that Club Mountain, the allegation that Councillor Club Mountain has misappropriated all the money, right? And you have a secret dealing, sorry that you're sedition, with some member of CDC that he's conniving with to cover and bury the CDC story. When it comes about retrieving the asset and going after CDC, those allegations of misappropriation, stolen wealth, Club Mountain is moving slow on it. I know you're sedition. I want to give you the first shot on this one. Talk to me.
Let me say this to you. In no circumstances, the CDC will attempt to protect anybody with sovereign state resources. It's not the principle, it's not the doctrine of the CDC. Every individual will have to account. And we know clearly well that, take for example, you need Samuel Toy, he's going to court. Even they cannot even get the jurors up to date. The state vetting, then the government cannot even get them. So Troy committed himself. Speaker Kofa, for example, committed himself to police investigation. Nobody is above the law. And some of the reasons why we're doing these things, because if this can be done today, it means that it can be done tomorrow. So a precedent must be set. So if there's anyone you believe, the CDC can never sanction somebody to work with the asset recovery team. Anybody who working with the asset recovery team is doing it because he or she, whether be it a sedition or person or unity party, is doing it because the person want to do it. And I know you're talking about Serena Sifos. That's what I heard. I mean, that's
I'm not calling any name. I am not calling about CFOS.
No, let me say this.
No, I'm saying to you, I didn't call any name here.
I'm speaking. That's the gossip I heard. Okay. That's the gossip that I heard when you said something that was CDC people working with the asset recovery team. But the CDC, under no circumstances, were ever advised or nominate anyone because the CDC was not contacted. So if any Liberian decide to work with the asset recovery team, you cannot link that to the CDC. And in fact, that could even question the independence of the asset recovery team. Because I have problem with Latumbe because the historical present with the CDC. Okay, I have issues with him. He left this country. He lied that people were chasing him. He deported him for political asylum in Europe. I'm fully cognizant about that. He comes back. So do I believe that he will go after past official on the basis of objectivity? Do I believe that? I don't believe that.
Let me make it quick. I see the Musa is in the back. I thank you.
At the end of the day, Stanton, at the end of the day, the CDC has endorsed no one to work with the assets recovery team. Anybody doing this because Clark wants he or she to do that.
We'll come to that. I know, let's put that on the back burner for now. We'll come to that. Uncle Sam, again, this is very important, Uncle Sam, and I will share this information. I will put it in the chat room. What we are receiving about asset recovery, it looked like asset recovery have an agent. Some members are acting as double agent. They're receiving the money from the government, pretending that they are recovering asset. And guess what, Uncle Sam? They are enriching themselves so soon. $1.3 million went Vlad, and we are asking for another money in the budget again. Real quick, with 30 seconds, Uncle Sam, talk to me, please.
Stanton, you know I don't mince my words. I don't care whether you like me, you don't like me. You can't do nothing for me. I said it on the first day that asset recovery team was announced. I said it was a bunch of vagabonds. It was a bunch of people in malcontents. It was a bunch of political misfits that they put together. And my prediction came to fruition. Liberian people, all you need to do, believe in the truth. And you say the truth, and you don't care whether they cost you. The asset recovery team at Fiamumu, when they went to the street, put in the yellow vest, and started to hijack vehicles. They're not asset recovery there. Asset recovery is a process of discovery, forensic investigation, piercing corporate view, following the money, and all of that. And then there's nobody with competencies over there besides Alex Coffey. The whole thing, it was a show. Then the problem is nobody there to tell Joseph Boyka the truth. And the people who are
I'm gonna hold you right there because in one of the meetings, Joseph Boyka, the president, looked at Clamate and said, "I don't know you." He said that to Clamate. You had Simon Stikwa in that meeting. You had a team of asset recovery members in that meeting. He told Clamate, the person that recommended you, that Sam Stikwa, I don't know you. You are bringing disgrace to our intention here. He said that directly to Clamate. This is a problem, and we must say the truth.
Quickly, 10 seconds. Let me tell you something.
10 seconds.
I work with presidents. If a president is not strong, you will have a lot of the surrogates around them putting names of people on a list to participate in the process that they don't have any competency for. That's why a leader has to be strong. He has to be vibrant. He has to be able to manage things, not micromanage, but manage things. And unfortunately, President Boyka has not demonstrated that he's fully in charge. Therefore, the manifestation of that is the haphazard nature and the illegal nature that the asset recovery team is working to the detriment of the Liberian people. Certainly, so some assets need to be recovered. Some people need to be brought to book, but they cannot with the Kamungu team that they put together. Unfortunately, so the whole thing finished.
So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being patient with us. We're going to bring Musa Hassan Benedict. Don't forget, we got this big news coming out today. President Bouaka called J. Fulanti Kofa, Speaker Kofa, to a meeting. The meeting took place at the president's residence, 7 p.m. We are breaking this news first on Spoon. You understand that this meeting was very important. Yesterday, the president met with Richard Coon and told Richard Coon exactly how he felt. And today, he met with Speaker Kofa and told Speaker Kofa, said, listen, X, Y, and Z. We will give you that story. And it's good to know that the rule of law chairman is coming in his capacity as the new political leader on the block. National Election Commission, as you can see, say it's official, giving away to Musa Hassan Benedict, giving him a certificate recognizing CMC as the newer political party in the country. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring to you the political Zuru. Maybe he will be the next Prince Johnson, the third decision maker, Musa Hassan Benedict. Yay! Political leader Benedict, Chairman Benedict, welcome to the show. How you doing today? You are muted, sir.
Thank you, Stanton. And good evening to everyone.
I put you right by your sister. Let everybody take your picture.
Yes, actually, let me wish all women of valor, all women of wisdom, a happy International Women's Day. You know, without you, we will not be here. Without you, there will be no world. We celebrate you not just on this day, but on every day of our lives. So happy International Women's Day. And my sister, you are stunningly dressed for the occasion.
Thank you.
I mean, you put married woman alone.
That's all she left her brother Musa to say. Thank you. But anyway,
nobody tells you that you not have
1%.
Because we don't have enough. Uncle Sam, you say something?
I said they are 1% that they need. 1%.
Okay, Chairman, political leader Musa Hassan Benedict, it's good to have you on. Please allow us. You get your brother Akara's great. Dr. Bopla is here. It's been 6 weeks since Dr. Bopla appeared on Spoon Talk, but he's back. We get Mr. Tama on the show.
In school. Now you get out in school, huh? Okay. Go ahead,
But what I said, I want us to talk about CMC. I want us to talk about your new vision. I want us to talk about the political party. A lot of people joining the party as of today. Maybe you have over 5 lawmakers. I saw that Jerry Younger joined the last time, and 2 others will mention the name later on. They came on today, one from Grand Bassa. That's a very tough zone. But again, let's move away and let's get into the House of Representatives for a bit. Richard Coon was called by the president yesterday. The president told Richard Coon, listen, I gave you from now to the 15th to fix this thing, fix this mess. And imagine the 14th will be the Bill of Information from the Supreme Court. Monday is the 10th. The court will be ruling whether or not Abu Kamara, Dixon Sibu, and the rest of the suspended member should get the pay or not. The president, Joseph Yima Bouaka, is frustrated. And he is saying, fix this mess. I'm washing my hand out of this thing. Today, we are reporting live that Fonati, Speaker Fonati Kofa, was called by Joseph Yima Bouaka himself to a meeting. I know you are limited. You cannot really tell us everything about that meeting, but I will, because I know. Talk to us, not as a political leader for CMC, but as a chairman for the rule of law. Are you guys winning? And how important that the president getting involved now to fix the mess the president and Richard Coon and the rest of them have brought this nation to? That's me say. Talk to me, Chairman.
Well, Stanton, hopefully the country is winning. If anything, you know, it's not about the rule of law caucus. I am aware of those meetings, especially one with Speaker Kofa. Um, we have, we as members of the Rural Law Caucus have been in search of a solution to this, and I'm happy that the president has finally decided to do what he should have done ever since. That is to get involved. That's why they call him the head of state under Article 50. The president is the head of state, and he should be, when there's crisis as we have, he should be directly involved. So I'm happy that he is, and I hope that this will bring a solution, a solution that will restore rule of law and get our country going. So we are now winning, and it looks like the country is winning.
Again, we're going to talk about this because it's one of the biggest right now. I mean, maybe this is the third time the president called it Fonati, but it's on a different note. The first time the president called Fonati, invited him to go to the room. Let's play the picture and then play the video, please. So there you have it. And when they came back from the Vatican, when they came back to Liberia, Fonati trouble started. The fighting when he was there was big fighting. People say you got to come now. The president said nothing. The president said nothing. The president said that's another branch. The president accepted Richard Coon as the speaker. Work along with Richard Coon. Send the budget to Richard Coon. Chairman, what really President Barker wants today that he called Fonati? If you can tell us, what really he called him Fonati for?
I think that first, let me say that the presidency is an institution, and as members of the Rural Law Caucus, at no time will we disrespect that institution. So no matter how we feel about the outcome with our meeting with the president, when the president of the Republic of Liberia calls us, no matter how we feel, we will go. That there's no question about that. And so when the call came this morning, we had I met with the speaker, and both of us agreed that it doesn't matter. He has to go because that's the president of the Republic of Liberia. It is an institution. We respect that institution. As much as we feel as disappointed as we are, on the level of the president's non-involvement, I believe if he had involved himself earlier, he would have solved this problem. But I think what is happening, like we all know, hey, Stanton, the court was going to rule anyway. And no matter how much they try to delay it was going to come. But it's now that the executive seeks to be involved. Believe me, I think it's better late than never. Let's solve this problem. Let's move our country forward. We welcome the president's involvement. We want to solve this problem. We want to move on. We've never been an obstacle to the resolution of the problem. So we're here, we're ready. And, whatever, I mean, the way the country is, I guess we all have realized that unless we resolve the issue, we ain't going nowhere. So hopefully now, we will, hopefully, I have a feeling that, the problem will be resolved soon.
Chairman Bility, let me just interject here. It's a pleasure to meet you and welcome on the show. As elected official of the legislature and a recent party chair, new party chair, CMC. Congratulations, by the way, on the creation of a new party, CMC. What would you recommend? What is the way forward so we can get out of this impasse? Because right now, Liberia seems to be held hostage by these two groups, the minority group and the majority group. What is the way forward, Mr. Benedict?
First, I think it's the wrong premise to say that the minority group is holding the country. I mean, in searching for answer, it's always good for us to be fair. We have not done anything outside the law. The law allows us to meet as a minority and adjourn because we don't have quorum.
Where you are
Done
divided
that.
for both of you, and you can have one
Yes,
person
but
conflict.
okay. So if I'm in the house and my colleague decide to leave, you can't hold me responsible simply because my colleague has left. That's the point I'm trying to make. I am here, and so we are not responsible for the division because the law is very clear. If you want to remove the speaker, gather 49 signature, come on the floor. The speaker will recuse himself, and then you try him, and then you remove him. Unfortunately, that did not happen, and so we are where we are. I just want us to understand that one of the way to deal with issues is to clearly point out who did what. We are not the one that led the session. All of us, 73 of us, we were all soon in office, I mean, in that very chamber. That's the only one we all know. If you leave from there and go somewhere else and conduct business, I cannot be held responsible for that. I just wanted Liberian people to know that we've only acted within the law. Now, on the solution, the only option we had was to go to court. What we were not ready to do is to follow tradition. The last two speakers have been removed because at some point in time the colleagues around will capitulate and then everybody will come, oh, it's time to go, you gotta go. We were not prepared for that. We stood our ground, we are standing our ground. I believe that there is a genuine effort as I'm speaking to you to resolve this. We welcome that. Uh, and we'll work to resolve the issue. I mean, we never refuse. We do recognize that we do not have quorum. We recognize that. We recognize a lot of things. What we don't accept is that the law will be violated, you know, and then we will say yes to that. But hopefully, in the next couple of days, I've seen flurry of activities tonight, today, uh, which shows to me that there is some push towards resolution. I think when the court call, I think that was the trigger point. When the court call and say, "Come, I'm about to give you what I meant," I think that created some panic. We are not going to blackmail anyone. We are not going to take advantage of anything. We are in search of a genuine solution that will uphold the rule of law. And I think that everyone at this time should be committed to that. And I think we'll resolve the issue.
Thank
Okay, can I come in?
I'm sorry, Honorable Gray, Mr. Okay, yes, coming because Mr. Tamba.
No, I wanted to continue, but I didn't want to take the host
Yeah,
place. So
but
I
I guess
apologize
okay.
that person.
Yeah, go
I'll be
ahead.
I'll be very blunt, Mr. Benedict. I personally don't trust President Mwaka for many reasons. He gassed the entire saga at the Capitol building. He took aside. He allowed his justice minister to provide a flimsy, faulty interpretation of a Supreme Court ruling. He sat there. He flew Kun all the way to Ghana for inauguration. He sent the budget to Kun. He provided necessary security protection. He took aside. There was no crime under the Constitution for the president to use what is called coordination and not interference. There's a difference between coordination and interference. The president, this is not your first time calling a meeting with few people. Before it, he spoke to people before. In fact, he passed instruction to Richard Kuhn and other people to do some things that they should have done legally. In terms of the suspension, in terms of the payment of colleagues, that didn't work. Whether they listen to me or not, but that didn't work. I think in my mind, Richard Kuhn has demonstrated not just ineptitude, but his inability to lead. The way you were elected and the way you got to power, you should have solidified power. There's a difference between taking power and solidifying power. If you don't know how to solidify power, it becomes problematic. To jumpstart, the president said in his recent cabinet meeting, he said, it's time to govern. After 1 year, 2 months, if you follow that, he said it's time to govern. Maybe the president has realized that Richard Kun is taking the legislature nowhere, but into chaos, suspension, fighting, destruction, and the court is about to rule. Every president has a friend. People out there are very concerned about the stability of the country, the legislature. Investors will not gamble their integrity to a legislature that is divided, because the next legislature can come and trash all those documents of the next government. So these are our impediments. So I can only hope, but not because I believe, that as the commander-in-chief of the armed forces of Liberia, the head of state and head of government of the Republic of Liberia, like you said, he has taken seize of the matter. But what will be devastating if he doesn't resolve it is if the Supreme Court should rule.
Up a little bit, just ask the question. Yeah, come
if the Supreme Court should rule on the bill of information, he will have no choice. Because I don't believe the Liberian people will sit and allow a gangster to hijack power in the legislature at any point in time. So do you believe? I don't believe. But do you believe that the president can resolve this thing even before the bill of information is finally heard, when rulings are given and proper information are provided? Do you believe that the president, with all sincerity, can resolve this matter before the bill of information is heard?
One of the things that's wrong with our politics is truthfulness. And I try my best to say the truth. The issue in the House was not caused by President Parker. And as even where I said it was not caused by him. President Parker did what anyone would do. President Parker did what CDC would do to have the speaker. He opposed Funati. The margin was 6. He did everything. The people who removed Funati cover are opposition lawmakers. They are the problem. Joseph Boakai and the United Party did nothing. The quest for power is clear. It's the name of politics. But if opposition is just sickening, you call yourself opposition, you're on an opposition ticket, and you remove an opposition speaker, then you want to blame the government for that. I'm not in that other business, Chief. We, the members of the opposition, elected opposition lawmakers, join Richard Cohen to remove, to plunge us into this. That is a fact.
Are you saying that you don't believe that the president played any role in that tonight?
What?
You don't believe that the president of the Republic of Liberia played any role in the saga at the Capitol building?
I've never accused him. In the whole saga, the opposition lawmakers, 11 of them, Richard Cohen would have stayed in the House, made noise in the chamber, and nothing would have come out of it if the deputy speaker and 11 others had not joined him to do this. Joseph Boakai did not multiply himself into 11. I just want us to be honest a little bit, because at the end of the day, if we don't do that, then we are playing into this politics where anything goes, you just blame. Where's Boakai hand? The problem here is whether he left Funati cover or he not left Funati cover. That's not an issue. But he did not have the number to move him. Opposition lawmakers who defeated Joseph Boakai's choice for speaker joined the Unity Party to silence the opposition and tilt the balance of power in the legislature towards the ruling committee. They are the real culprit. I mean, we could disagree, honestly, but I'm trying to utilize logic. Whatever Waka does, whatever Waka they do, separation of power does not require him to do anything. What is most important is that this shenanigan, this charade, this abuse of power, this corruption that has destroyed the fabric of the legislature, where thievery is the order of the day, has been triggered by the
So who grabbed the
movement of
legislature?
members. Huh?
Who
Okay,
grabbed the
we're gonna move. I'm
What?
sorry. I'm
Your,
sorry.
your
grabbed the
question.
legislature?
Oh, well, that gave Gray the last question, yeah, Dr.
Yeah.
Richard C.
Yeah, you asked me on ability. Are you getting me? The sense of freeze.
Yes,
On
true.
ability?
All right, he's gonna come back. Dr. Richardson, thank you. There's a lot of information, Dr. Bople, coming up until we can get Musa back. Dr. Bople and Tamba, this meeting today, we got the chairman back. Are you
On
back,
ability?
chairman?
Yeah, I'm
Chairman
back. I agree. I'm trying to hear your question.
Yeah, on ability. There were barrage of accusations of money exchanging hands from the executive branch of government. The rule of law lawmaker corroborated that the executive sent money in. Your colleagues that you stand with and stand with you, rule of lawmaker, they even did a recording. They presented prima facie to the LSCC. Do you still believe, after accusing the executive, that the executive had no hand? Because the
I am
issue of
saying
draft
to you, I am saying to you
Thank you, the Honorable
that
Gray. Thank you.
everything, all I'm saying, and I want you to listen to me carefully, that everything that you are saying that the executive did will never have made any impact if 11 members of the House of Representatives and members of the opposition had not joined the ruling party to do that. If they had not joined, the ruling party would not be here. Money or no
Thank you very
money,
much, Chairman.
they will not,
Benedict, please.
that's my opinion on this.
Please, Chairman, thank you. We're coming around again. Who's next? I think Tama asked, right?
Yes, Dr.
I have
Bople.
one more question, but
Dr. Boble,
Dr.
please.
Boble can go. I'll come back. I'll have one more
I'm
question.
sorry.
All right.
And then
Dr.
Uncle
Boble
Sam.
and Uncle Sam.
Uncle Sam, sorry.
We gotta bring everything in because we're running with time here. Dr. Boble, welcome to the show. Please, your question.
Thank you, CEO, and good evening to my friends. Good to see everybody. Representative Ability, good to see you, my
Yes, sir.
friend. I hope you and your family are well. You know, I hate
Thank
to
you.
say I told you so, but at the beginning of the conflict, I said the president should get involved and bring the two sides together, have a conversation. There
You
was
did.
plenty of pushback, especially from the quote unquote rule of law group that no, it will be interference. No, the president shouldn't get involved. There's nothing wrong with the president consulting. He's the only person elected by the whole republic to do the people's business. And the House of Representatives is part of the first branch that affects the people's welfare. So if that's not working, the president could have called them. I appreciate him calling now, but I'm sorry. I think it's a little too late. He should have done that a long time at the beginning, not at the end. That said, I would say that the House of Representatives on both sides have displayed poor leadership. You have embarrassed us as the people, and honestly, I hope we had a way to retire this group early. We have to wait for 5 long years before we vote. It's unfair to the people. Now, the executive branch of government pays our salary. And I hear that the president gave him some kind of March 15 deadline. I hope there's something attached to it. Listen, if people don't do the work, they shouldn't get paid. As soon as you talk money in Liberia, everybody listen. So if the first branch of government, those people ain't doing their job, they can't come together, they can't cross the aisle, they can't sit in the same place, and they can't agree to move forward in the interest of the people of Liberia, don't pay them their salary. Let the next fight be about their pay. I bet you we'll get a resolution. It's beyond past time, CEO, for us to have a resolution. Liberia deserves better. So, Chairman Honorable Ability, You'll try, man. You'll go sit down. You'll talk to each other. You'll emerge as leaders together so we can move our country's agenda forward.
Thank you very much, Dr. Boblet. I'm going to just squeeze Uncle Sam in. Let me squeeze Uncle Sam. Okay, go ahead, Chairman. Go ahead. Go ahead.
That, under the theory of critical thinking, the first step is to identify the problem. What has the minority black done wrongly? That you are saying that we are what? I mean, it would be helpful for me to know. In this particular case, what do you think we have done wrongly? Generalization will not help. What specific actions that we've taken that is outside the law or that has exacerbated the situation, that you are now putting us together with the majority black and saying that we all have done wrong? Because it's easy to say, you all have done wrong, but state our wrong. Maybe we'll try to solve it.
So good question, Representative. So it's less of what you did and more of what you didn't do. So here's what happened.
I just want to tell me if I
let me respond now. Let me respond. I hold you for it.
Dr. Boblet, 1 minute, I'm backing you. We asked the question. We consider the chairman question a rhetorical one. We got to move on.
Yeah, but he asked me.
Dr. Boblet, you're not a guest. Let the chairman make. If we do this,
you are asking me questions. How I responding?
I'm asking the question. What? But inaction is also action. So if there's something I didn't do that I should have done, please tell me.
Okay, so let me bring Uncle Sam and we'll get back to Dr. Boblet. Maybe he will use his time to tell you. Uncle Sam, your question for Chairman Benedict, please.
Yeah, but I just want to correct something. The rule of law was not opposed to presidential, I won't say intervention, but some sort of a presidential guidance on this matter. It was not. It was the so-called purported speaker and majority bloc that had a major pushback on the president getting involved. Fode Famula and other members and some of the panelists here, they thought they were winning. They thought they had it all wrapped up. They thought Fanati Kofa was going to go away quietly. So they said that the president should not get involved. But here is the issue here. Joseph Boakai is running scared because March 14 is coming and there's a piece of document in there called the Bill of Information, and you have people like President Salif, who spoke at the International Women's Conference a day or so ago and talked about the ambiguity in the rule. That's why he's now scoring to try to fix this before Fanati is named the speaker. Because if Fanati is named the speaker, I can assure you that the renegade majority black, they will not accept that, and they will push the country on the brink. And therefore, I want you to either, if I'm wrong, you can tell me, but I'm sure you, because you're a diplomat and you're a politician, you're not going to say the president of Liberia is running scared. But I believe he's running scared. There's no way on planet Earth that he will call Fanati on the 11th hour, a few days before the ruling, if he wasn't running scared. That's my considered opinion. I believe in it, and I think that's why he's trying to resolve this matter now. That's my position.
So, Sam, let me first agree with you that at no time the rural caucus was opposed to the president's intervention. As a matter of record, we actually went to the president and asked him to intervene and offer him that if the speakership is the price we have to pay for the resolution of this crisis, we offer that as long as the rule of law is upheld. Representative Koga was in that meeting representing the majority black. He sat in front of the president and said they would not allow the president to intervene in legislative matter. That was the end of that story. So at the end of the day, from day one, we've never been opposed to his intervention because it was due to the acquiescence when the coup was plotted in the House with, like I said, with the help of some opposition member. It was the acquiescence of the executive that it was executed. So his involvement was never rejected by all. The other thing is whether he's really scared or not. I think that the president and members of the executive are aware that the Supreme Court did rule against the majority bloc. And if you go to the Supreme Court to ask them to interpret that ruling, it is fair enough to know that interpretation will send everything on a tailspin, and therefore they need to resolve it before the court acts. The 14th is not the day the court is going to act. For your information, Sam, it is the deadline for the parties to submit their answer, the other party, to our pleading. And then after that, the court will set argument. That day is the day. They will set the date for argument, and then once argument is finished, it will reserve ruling and they will rule. I believe that the executive is seeing that now and see that hopefully they want to take advantage of the time in between, which is about 2-3 weeks, to resolve this issue. And unfortunately, we are also going for break next week. The legislature should close next week, Thursday. So there are a lot of things happening between now and next week.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I think, listen, since but I will bring you. You'll be last. Allow some of us to make you last for today because of the circumstances. Chairman, I think since NEC gave you a certificate, you've been more political and you address an issue as a political leader. Listen, you know, man, I'm a straight shooter. I think that Uncle Sam said, man, the president's scared like hell.
Well, I haven't seen him lately.
So, but let me finish. Mr. Political Leader, please. And I will address you in that manner because you know me. But I think the president is afraid. Okay. And the president is afraid because, Chairman.
I mean, you know him better than me. You elected him as president, so I will defer to your opinion of the president.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the president said today, everything that happened, he didn't know nothing. He wasn't involved. He had nothing to do with it. Let's address this issue holistically.
Do you have a bug in the president's office?
Sir.
What did you say?
Sir, let me say this.
No, I just let me. What did you say?
It's important that we, and Dr. Bubla was going to it because he's a doctor, Dr. Richards, they understand that we recognize our problem and we take ownership of our problem to find a better solution. And that's what I'm preaching in church today, on Sunday. That we recognize our problem, we recognize our own mistakes, and we use those mistakes and use the problem that we have created to find a better solution. The president said everything that happened, he knows nothing. He wasn't involved. He didn't give any instruction. And that's why it is important today that they need to be here today. And you Liberians out there now, you figure out. The president took Funati to Rome. The president took Funati to meet the Pope. And we pray that the Pope recover well. And he is recovering. He spoke today. I've been speaking to his people. We receive information that he's recuperating. The president, Mr. Chairman, heard the news that Richard Cohn staged a political coup alongside with Thomas Falah. The president didn't say anything. The president, national security advisor, and other people briefed the president. December 18. The Capitol building got burned down.
Where you getting all this information from?
December 18. We heard the fire chief say people from the president's office called them to carry out an investigation. Today, the president said, I know nothing. But the president stood in the ground of the Capitol building and said, hooligans, burn the Capitol building. The president sat in a chair. And when Fonati was going around, hey, Lavina, find that video. The president just waved to Fonati, and he didn't shake Fonati's hand. He sat with Youngbley. He sat with the purported speaker, Richard Coon. He sat with his vice president, Thomas Fala. And today the president said, I wasn't involved with the operation.
We State of the Nation in presided way.
And the president said, I wasn't involved with the operation. Only God can help our country at this moment. What say you, my fellow Liberian? When we receive the information from our credible sources, people say, oh, that was a lie. I'm limited to give you all of the information from that meeting today. But what I can tell you, the president begged for Nanti Kofa to come up with a proposal and a way forward. That I can tell you. I can tell the nation tonight.
Seriously.
What?
That the president said, I beg you, I will soon finish. I yield back my time.
Musa, you have become a diplomat.
Honorable Greg, you are interrupting me, sir. Honorable Greg, let me finish. I beg you, please. The bill of information scared the heck of the president, Richard Coon, and the majority black because they are smelling something. That's why this New Republic said, Coon's throne on fire. As you can see, it's on fire, folks. Who all attended the meeting today? The same folks that wanted to go to the meeting, but you know what? As per the negotiation, they said no. And now I'm going to tell you this, and you can go very far. Musa, I think you know. People are celebrating Colbert Johnson, the former justice minister. You guys don't know, his wife is seated right now as Associate Justice. Associate Justice Johnson husband, Colbert Johnson, the former justice minister. He was in that meeting, and they know I'm saying the truth. If you pass through the gate going to the president's house, our drone capture you. Whenever anyone passes through that gate.
Are you admitting that you are?
Because the president is my Uncle Joe, the president is my president.
Musa, like the man uncle, leader thing, you not follow the foundership.
Okay.
Before I go to bed in the night and before I wake up, I pray that the president is well protected and everything and everyone around the president secure. So I know. So in this, the president have asked for that Kofa, and he called him Mr. Speaker. Can you please give us a proposal for the way forward that we can resolve this? I trying to reach out to Fonati. I can. I think I'm saying it openly. I think he refusing to take my call tonight.
No. We have asked him not to speak to anybody, so he's not going to speak to you.
I think he refusing to take my call. Yeah, I think he refusing to take my call tonight. And listen, guys, listen. I like what Dr. Bopler said. The resolution by the 15th. But one thing, this is my main takeaway, Dr. Bopler. This is my main takeaway tonight. And this was the question asked in that meeting. How can I trust you, Mr. President? I would say no more. But that question today that was asked, how can I trust you again, Mr. President. I give it on to you, Musa.
That one, Musa was just. He want to hear.
Musa, please take it away, and then we go to Dr. Richardson.
Oh,
No, let
Dr.
Musa
Richardson,
address what I just said.
More.
Let Musa address what I just said. Then you can comment, Dr. Richardson.
I know the speaker met the president this evening. I'm aware of that. I know as a result of that meeting, we are working on a proposal for the resolution of the crisis. I'm aware of that. What the speaker, the speaker and the president have family relationship. The speaker wife is the president's niece. So I didn't ask him how they talk, how the president was looking. But I know they had a conversation. And that conversation has prompted the speaker to tell us that he believes that the president wants finally a genuine resolution of the crisis. So the speaker is our leader, and so we believe him, and we'll listen to him. You put a proposal together tonight, and hopefully we'll present it to the president tomorrow.
Is the proposal going to call for the new election, Speaker? Chairman?
Let me not divulge the proposal, but one thing I can tell you that we insist on the rule of law.
Dr. Richardson, please don't go to CMC. We're talking about a big breaking news today.
No,
please.
I'm not going to. You tell us we're going to talk.
Yeah, we will get into CMC conversation. This is hard right now.
So, Representative Ability, we saw you and your rule of law representatives countless days, sometimes standing in the parking lot, sometimes trying to find a place to meet, sometimes, you are talking to them in Nimba. Can you tell us the leadership skills that you had to exercise to maintain those men, their emotions? Because, sometimes I'm sure they wanted to cry. These are people who have been deprived of salary. They had, constituents depending on them, their homes, their children. What did it take from you in terms of leadership to maintain them?
I think the biggest thing is that you have to learn to take people's frustration. It is frustrating. A whole district. To be a representative is the most difficult job in Liberia. It's the closest any government official can get directly to the people. They have direct access to you, a lot of pressure, and especially for those who are not taking pay, it's frustrating. But being together has created this bond, and every month when we take pay, we go around and put something together and share it around to the other guys who are not taking pay. Our determination to stand with the rule of law is unbreakable. And that makes it easy to lead. Sometimes you're right. We don't have any place. The last place is up. We don't have place to go, no current, nothing. Even today, there was no current in the building. But I think it's easy to lead when the group is determined. Those of us that have stuck with this rule of law are determined to see this. And it's no longer a number game because it has gone to the Supreme Court. One person can file a case, so it's not going to be to say, say fanatical for others. Unless everybody remove that case will be there. So we're here, and that it becomes easy, but it becomes emotional. When we're together sharing personal stories. Sometimes, many times, not sometimes, I take some of my colleagues, we go to Nimba. It's nice out there. We sit in the living room, we drink, and then we reminisce about all of these things just to keep them focused. But one thing we said, no matter what, we will not allow the rule order. Because if you do that, then what was the purpose all along? What was the purpose all along? I mean, Richard Poon can be speaker because they have the majority. Richard Poon can be speaker in many ways. He can be speaker through acclamation. He can be speaker through white ballot. There's a way to do all of that. All we say is that let's do it in a way that the law will not be hurt.
Thank you.
We're committed to that process.
So my second question to you, Representative Ability, we have not talked about Asper Twe, the Minister of Justice. It's okay if you want to be political with him, or you want to think about him in a different way. Do you think that he should be dismissed for inappropriately or wrongly advising the president, or in terms of interpreting the Supreme Court ruling?
So far, based on what I'm hearing from lawyers, I'm told that it is when you give an advice, it is your right to do so.
Okay.
Yeah. So, I totally disagree with the Minister of Justice advice or interpretation, and I think that the minister knows that his interpretation was wrong. But I'm told that it does not breach any law. That the law says the Minister of Justice should give legal advice to the president. It did not say whether or not that advice must be right or wrong. So, from what I see, even the amendment we made to our pleading, we amended our Bureau of Information, that part based on legal advice regarding the Minister of Justice was expunged from our Bureau of Information because it did not mean anything. So
Thank you.
we'll remove it. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. Tell me, ask your last question, and then we can move on.
I think you're muted.
Oh, thank you, Stanton. Chairman Bello, thank you for catching that. So I like the fact that you recognize that the president of Liberia, or the presidency as an institution, was not involved in the removal or the political coup that was done by Representative Kuhn. But what I also like to highlight here is that, before I ask you my final question, is that this is about moral leadership. We know that previous speakers have resigned because of the pressure that they have faced. We know that you have gone to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court has already ruled. I don't believe that the Supreme Court is going to go back to contradict itself. If people didn't understand the Supreme Court ruling, then that's on us, and on those people who misinterpreted the law. And on the day the Supreme Court ruled, I posted. And what I said was that we should return to the status quo ante, which means you, the rule of law bloc, you didn't have that name yet on that day, but I say you have the law on your side because Fonati is elected for 6 years. However, the majority bloc have the numbers. So in any way, whatever decisions either houses take are not legal. And as you know, the term the Supreme Court used. And that's the legal limbo and the impasse Liberia has found itself in for the last couple of months. I think the issue here is about moral leadership. It's about doing the job the Liberian people hire you, elected you to do. So, Chairman Benedict, will you or the other leaders of this group take the moral leadership? Is resignation on the table for Fonati Kofa?
Yes. When the speaker does not have a quorum, he has lost the capacity to become speaker. And so resignation is on the table. What we are saying, there's a difference between resignation and removal. Resignation is voluntary. Only he can do that. You cannot assume that. You cannot presume that he has resigned, and you cannot move him unless you have the requisite number. Since you don't have the requisite number, saying he didn't do it properly, and now we're going to come. If we go by the law, sir, we know that the law is on the speaker's side. So resignation is on the table.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Let's just be clear. You say resignation on the table, but you are not calling the speaker to resign. We just got to be clear, all right? Okay.
No, we're not calling him to resign.
Okay.
If we reach to a solution that has all of the quality and property of adhering to the rule of law, and that to have us move forward is for the speaker to resign, and all of the conditions are laid and the laws are followed for not to go forward or resign. In the absence of that, he will not.
Anyway, start I'll let you go on.
Thank you. Time out, we gotta go. Thank you very much. Dr. Bob, let me give you a chance. You know I stopped you first because you were trying to say something, but we gotta talk about CMC. Right now, we want to say, guys, Dr. Bobla, you take this last round, please, 30 seconds, and then we'll get to CMC.
Thank you, Stanton. I was just saying to the Honorable Ability that at the end of the day, Liberians don't care about people who just explain problems. Liberians are desperately looking for people who solve problems, because that's what leadership is about. So you are asking, what did the rule of law block or minority block do? And I said, it's not as much what you did, but what you didn't do. There was a conflict, and each person just stood on their side and said, well, we right and we right. You cross the aisle, you go and talk to each other, and you talk to each other some more, and you talk to each other some more. And then you come outside and say to the Liberian people, we find a way forward. This is a difficult matter, but we have to do your business. We can't be in stalemate forever. Think about it. You are the first branch of government. You are our representatives. We're paying you serious money, more money than most countries in Africa pay their lawmakers. So what we do, we just sit down until 5 more years before we can move forward. So I was saying to you, the people were still are looking for that solution forward. The president is calling you or the leadership, fine. But I wish he had done that at the beginning of the crisis, not at the end. We're still waiting. The country needs a solution. We're still waiting.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bobla. Guys, again, I want to welcome all of you to the show. We're going to go to the last segment here with Chairman Benedict. Chairman Benedict, tomorrow, Saturday, you got no work to do. You just got to sit home and relax. Again, I want to say congratulations to you.
Tomorrow, I will be in Nimba County to unveil the CMC candidate for the senatorial election.
Wow. Can you announce who that candidate is?
If you write a check,
you're talking to over 8,000 people following your life and those in the radio land. So
if you write a check of $50,000, I can do it.
Chairman Benedict is looking to become the next.
Let me say this, Chairman Benedict is very important, and it's very good that we have you on the show tonight. I want to draw your attention to CMC. CMC, Jerry Yobo from District Number 12, Moserado County, join you guys. Goswa, I hope I'm pronouncing the name right. Goswa added to the list, and another representative again. Can you give me that name? I think I'm missing the name. I want to be right with the pronunciation. Who's the third representative jump in today?
No, only Goswa joined today.
Goswa, okay. So, and that's why I try to be careful. But talk to us about CMC. Today, you got a certificate from the National Election Commission. Then what?
We're a party now. We are a political party. We are just like CDC or United Party. We joined the fray. What I can say is that we're different in so many ways. We represent something else. We are going to try as a political party to address some of the needs of the Liberian people even before we as a party can ask them to do for us. We are going to try to provide alternatives, leadership. We are going to try to engage the population. We are going to try to do everything we can instead of going to buy t-shirt, buy things and come and run campaign. We're going to use those funds to do agriculture. We're going to use this fund to build bridges, and that we're going to, for the first time in the history of Liberia, we're going to institutionalize our party where the party will own its properties. That's why we've created 4 regions, and those 4 regions, the headquarters of all these 4 regions will be built on property owned by CMC, so that after we leave power, people don't come and tell us, hey, we should leave because we didn't pay rent. The CMC sees an opportunity where for 20 years, Liberia has been between 2 political parties. And when they go so, they dance them around, and then they go so, they dance them around. So we want to go and create a telling, and that telling will lead us to prosperity. We're determined to do that. We're also determined to reconnect uh, our diaspora community, where the right of those people, we have over 300,000 Liberians, according to the Constitution, they should vote. This election was determined by 20,000. If the diaspora community right was respected under our Constitution, they would have changed power. That the problem is rightfully complaining about the quality of lawmaking. If you involve the diaspora and give them right to vote, they can galvanize people, good people, and vote for them based on their quality. And therefore, we're going to change that. We're going to use the court to ensure that the election commission
let me because we are minute, let me ask a quick question. Youth involvement, most political party, people from the very poor background, they just use and abuse them and dash them. Chairmanability.
Yes.
This party, I'm not going to say your party because it's not chairmanability party.
Thank you very
CMC.
much.
Let them put on jokes
I
aside.
appreciate that.
How this party intend to make it a youth vibrant party? Talk to the Zokos. Talk to the young women that are involved in massive prosecution, massive prostitution. Talk to the young people that are going to bed hungry, only to steal to survive. Tell us about CMC and the involvement with this group.
You know, in District 7 in the County, we invested around $110,000 into farming, and we are able to generate 21,000 bags of rice. We are going to replicate that across the country. We're going to use that money to develop, do projects around the communities. Under CMC, the diaspora will be heavily involved in development on the ground, especially youth development, young women and young girls. We, the party, will not collect any cent from the diaspora. The diaspora will identify their own project in Liberia and execute it with the advice of the party, but they will do it themselves. They will be in the executive committee of the party. They will be in the national convention of the party, the first time ever. The decision-making process of the CMC will be broad-based. No party in Liberia has more than 100 delegates. No political party in Liberia has more than 100 delegates. The CMC delegate is going to be more than 300 delegates, because we're going all the way down to the grassroots, to the district, and get delegates to come and sit one place and decide their own fate. We're going to be farming Stanton. in next week in Bon County, I'm there to break ground for some farm. We're gonna build bridges. We're gonna, for the first time, connect Bon County, Farmer District to Bapulu County. We're gonna connect Nimba County to District 9. I mean District 1 in Bon County to District 9 in Nimba County. We're gonna do all of that this year. In 2 weeks, we're gonna break ground for one of the. So we're not gonna be a party that is sit in Morovia and releasing press releases. No, we care about what the children do.
Let me hold you there. I know you'll come
We
back. Let me
care
give
about
the
what
guys
the
a
children
chance.
do.
We got about 9 minutes to 12 a.m. Liberian time. I beg you. Sorry that this breaking news about Speaker Kofa took away your time. We hope to have you again. I want to give the guys a chance. My last question with this party.
Anytime.
Can you tell the Liberian people this is not Nema Kwado party? This is party Liberia party, not only Nema. Really quick, and then we'll go to Uncle Sam and the rest of
The
the team.
political leader is from Nimba County. The chairman is from Lofa. The vice chairman for administration.
And who's the
is from-
chairman? The chairman name?
James Yogi is from Lofa County.
Okay.
The vice chairman for administration is from Grand Bassa County. The vice chairman for operation is from Bon County. The chair of the global chair for diaspora is from Magibi County. We are the most diverse party on the face of Liberia.
Who's the global chair of the diaspora? Who?
She's sitting down right there with you in that.
She's from
beautiful
Magibi?
room. Yes. She
Are you from
resides
Magibi?
in Magibi. And not only that, she resides in Magibi, she's investing heavily.
Okay, we'll talk about it later. I don't know what you're talking about. But let me go to Uncle
Massive
Sam.
investment.
It's
Huge
okay.
firm.
Let me go to Uncle
She's
Sam.
building. She's investing in
Okay,
Magibi County.
Chairman, I beg to leave my giving person alone. I don't know who's that. Let me go to Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam, this CMC. Let's talk CMC.
Well, first of all, I'm very happy that that people like Musa Ability and others who always say the progressives destroy the country, and I don't know that whether that's his view or not.
No,
but,
I don't believe that. I'm
okay.
a product of progressive, Sam.
Okay, great. So
I aspire to progressive ideology.
Great. And I know that Sawyer was a mentor of yours. Okay, look.
Thank you.
Yeah, you are able to register a political party in short order. You don't know the hell that we went through to organize the Progressive People's Party in 1979. We had to go to court. It was a one-party oligarchy. And the fact that Mr. Ability, could organize the CMC in short order is a testament to the legacy of the progressives. But let me just ask you one question. Why did you escape from the Liberty Party? And why did you abandon the 1%, Mr. Cummings? I mean, just give me the political rationale for forming the CMC, because people would say that, and I don't want to embarrass you, you're a very close friend of mine. You said that if Cummings had lost, you're going to not take your seat. But of course, politicians engage in hyperbolic, rhetoric, and then of course they always like somersault. But why not empower the Liberty Party, or why not stick with the what's coming ANC? Why did you seek to do that?
I came to the Liberty Party in 2016 when Liberty Party was really struggling, down and out. I believe in the aspiration of Councillor Bromsky. I believe that he could make a good president. And so I joined the Liberty Party and lifted the Liberty Party up. I moved the Liberty Party from where it was located on the old road to a better location. I invested heavily in the Liberty Party, built it up, mobilized it, and got it ready for the 2017 election. Unfortunately, we lost the election and we lost our leader. I became chairman of the party. It became clear to me that my decision, my desire to build a party that was based on democratic tenets was not welcome. We won the battle in the court, but the perception in Liberia that Musa Belete has gone and taken away the People Party. We're not going away. I lost the quest to move Liberty Party to where I wanted to go, but I didn't want my vision and my dream for Liberia to die along with that failure. So I decided that the right thing to do was to get around people that at Ireland did not form the CMC. You will know in no time their qualified, competent, and credible Liberians got together, around 25 of us. We've been meeting for the last 6 months, and we came up to the formation of this party. And so leaving the Liberty Party was simply an attempt to rescue, to ensure that my vision for Liberia stays alive. On the issue of ANC, I will not answer that. I think that question is you are being disrespectful to our political party, so I will not
Mr. Belzer, all due respect, how? Tell me how, please.
Well, let me finish.
I'm asking you how. How about disrespectful?
Yeah. Secondly, I was not an ANC member. We were in a coalition that had time. It was time bound, and therefore it elapsed, and the coalition ended. So when it ended, we respectfully and officially ended the CPP on April 1st in Monrovia. We invited political parties at the program, and that was the end of the CPP. I have never ever intended to join the ANC. It has never been my desire to join any other party after my ordeal in the Liberty Party. I believe that you can achieve your goal when you join people of like mind with the same vision for the country, and it becomes easier because you have a common and a guiding principle to move the country ahead. In the absence of that, one of the reasons why the progressive ideology has never died is because the idea around which these men and women stood were common. It was a common guiding principle, which was a better Liberia, and you said it rightly, that I'm able to register in a party in such a short time. It was on other people's blood, it was on other people's sweat. And those people, it is because of them that we enjoy that today. So I believe that the way political parties run, if you want to change this country, it is not the way it should be. This party we form is going to be different. We're going to do everything to do for the Liberian people first. We will be the first party that will have 10, 15 huge projects to show to the Liberian people, this is what we did for you. And if you give us power, we'll do more. Unlike bringing T-shirts and rhetorics and asking them to vote for them. We're going to do it differently, completely differently. And the young people will be the center. Next month, we're going to start a nationwide tour. The young people will have fun with the CMC. We will have fun. We'll develop young talent. The guys in Nimba who have not seen the best musician in Liberia through the CMC, through our musical store, they will see it. Through our talent competition that we'll be having on school campuses, we would cultivate students. We'll develop them. We'll send some of them.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I beg you, let's give the other chance to ask questions. Ability from CNC political leader.
Millions of dollars in other parties. It is
Chairman,
time that we invest in ourselves.
Chairman, thank you very much. We must bring everybody, please, one question because we're moving. Chairman, thank you very much. Let me bring in Honorable Akaris Moses Gray. Honorable Gray. Honorable Gray, you muted though.
Mr. Chairman of the CMC, Honorability. I see the NIMA by-election, senatorial election as a litmus test for the CMC. For the fact that the chairman comes from NEMA, he represents the group of people from NEMA County from the electoral district. And I every political party of such will definitely have interest in such a by-election, especially the CMC with the chairman, with the investment, with the politics, with the energy, everything I see you putting into it, into Nema County. Will you have a candidate on your party ticket, or will you endorse a candidate? And if so, and if not, will you support Samuel Koga?
No, I will not support Samuel Koga. Samuel Koga is collaborating with the government of Liberia. I'm not a government collaborator. I don't believe in
Will you endorse a candidate?
Yeah, I'm coming towards your answer. I don't believe in what this government is doing. I don't believe.
No, you just said no. Will you endorse a candidate?
Let me finish answering the question, Chief. Then you hear me. So I want to make it clear that I will not, the CMC will not support Samuel Koga. Samuel Koga is a candidate of the government, and therefore we believe that this is a referendum on this government. The Nimba people will vote for Samuel Koga if they feel that the 15 months of this government has been good for them. They will vote against him if they believe that the 15 months of this government has not been good for them. They will not bury their hair in the sand. That time is no more. The CMC will put up a candidate. The leadership of the CMC, through our constitution, has selected a candidate. And that candidate will be unveiled. And the reason
who is that candidate? Then that you have selected a candidate, it's clear that you have a candidate.
Honorable Gray, 1 minute. Wait, Honorable Gray, 1 minute. People are surprised though. You almost 50-something thousand people following you right now. Take the opportunity and tell us who the candidate is. Tomorrow you may probably you may not have this amount, many thousands of people following.
We are gathering 20 journalists.
I know the candidate is Mark, and let me call his name. His name is Mark.
The good news is that you are not.
So I better put his picture up because you're wasting our time. The man get a candidate by the name of Mark. Then
wait. Will you support either Gongo? Can you be as clear as you can be with the way you talk about Koga?
The CPP will have a candidate.
Not CPP, CMC.
The CMC will have a candidate, and that candidate is the candidate I will campaign for.
Is that candidate either Gongo?
The CMC will have a candidate which will be announced tomorrow, and that candidate is the candidate I will campaign for.
Okay, thank you very much. We got to go on Dr. Boblek. No, we got to go. Honorable Gray. Other people got to ask. I'm begging you, Dr. Boblek, can you come in, please?
You're not getting nothing out of me too now.
Thank you, Stanton. So we have a plethora of political parties, and honestly, that's a part of our problem in Liberia. The political parties have no differing governing philosophy. All of them talk the same thing: education, healthcare, and those kinds of things. So if you don't have any difference in their political philosophy, their governing philosophy, they could all just be in 2 or 3 parties. But they don't do that. Instead, we create multiple parties, and let's just be real here. It's a stepping stone to national recognition and jobs. You go in the first round, nobody will get 51%. When you come back, you say, my man, how are you? Or, or my woman, how are you? And then you get your own. So for me, as Chairmability is speaking, I wonder if they will produce anything new for Liberia, a governing philosophy that's different from our centralized monopolistic system, a governing philosophy that trusts people to make their own determination on many things affect their lives. Otherwise, this is just another political party number 27, and I don't think it changes the trajectory of the future of Liberians. So unless the CMC can show us something that is radically different, not on paper, but structurally, that put the people in the driving seat of their future, this is not news for me.
So Dr. Poplar, as much as uh, you are speaking, I 100% agree with you. And because I agree with you, I'll only plead with you to give the CMC 1 year and evaluate us time like this next year and compare us to other political parties. I guarantee you the CMC will not be like any other political party in the Republic of Liberia. We will do things that no party have done. If you look at the CMC structure, it will tell you that we're serious. We're serious. We're talking about appointing people to look at health. We're talking about appointing people to look at agriculture. We're talking about appointing people to look at governance reform. We're talking about appointing people to look at health. We're talking about appointing people to look at infrastructure. None of the positions that I just called is in any political party in Liberia, besides the CMC. On paper, we're better than all the parties. But that's not enough. And this is why I agree with you. You can write the most beautiful thing on paper. We're just 1 day old. Please allow us to be a year old and then come to criticize us or put us in the category of the other people. I agree with you. I think I respect your observation. I cannot answer it because I would just sound like the other guys. I want the things we do to speak for us. And to do that, all I ask you is to give us chance. If you give us chance, you will see that we will fight for 300,000 Liberians who are outside there and the Constitution guarantees their right to vote. Guess what? The other political party are scared of those people because they are opinionated, they live in democracies, and they know how to make the right choices. And because of that, they are afraid of them to be part of our democracy. They don't want them to be, even though the Constitution calls for that. We're going to call for that. We're going to have a diaspora that is going to be part of the decision-making party. No political party has anyone from the diaspora in the executive committee or in the national convention. Only the CMC. I'm throwing this challenge outside so that any political party can come.
Well, that's not fair to say, though. How can you say that? Chairman, that's not true. Chairman, that's not true. Political party political people have folks from America in the executive committee. Ben Sevi, Liberty Party. Your friend Ben Sevi.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes,
I'm telling you now that there's no party constitution that points out the diaspora, that you are out there representing our people and you have a place in our higher decision making.
So, but that's why you needed to be clear. But you needed to be clear. But for you to say
there's no party with a constitution that is written down that members of the diaspora.
Now you are making it. Yeah, now you're making it.
Yes.
Yeah, I just want to listen. People are listening to us, and you got to be very clear with these things because once they say no, you're not saying the right thing. Let me go to my brother Tamba Asedo and Musa Sako.
Thank you, Stanton. I hope I'm not on mute. Chairman Benedict, it's a pleasure again to have you tonight. And congratulations on the CMC. You and I will have one thing in common. We had Charles Walker's Bronskin, they lived as friends. May so rest in peace. I'm glad that you mentioned him tonight, and I wanted to remember him as well. Recently, I dug up an old video, where I create awareness to the young people of Liberia about selecting leaders. About this rhetoric for every political season, we'll have new parties coming up. And this next season for 2029, the CMC has emerged as a new political party with the same bold rhetoric and promises of changing the lives of young people, of governing differently, and having a constitution, according to you, that is different from all other political parties. I know that other political parties, especially the two major political parties, have strong representation in the diaspora, especially in the U.S. But for you, Mr. Ability, Honorable Ability, what would you say is your value proposition for the CMC that sets you apart, or that will set you apart from other parties? And what is your ascension to political leadership, given the fact that you are the founder of this party? Because I know that resources in Liberia, parties are built around individuals who have resources. And in this case, you are the individual who is funding this party. So what is your value proposition that would tell someone that, hey, this is what we're going to do differently. This is why we are different. And how can other people ascend to leadership without you being the person who was determined who becomes leader or who becomes candidate of this party?
So the most important differentiation between the CPP and other party is that we were not created during election season. We're 4 years from election. Thereby, we will be giving ourselves the chance to work for the Liberian people, to implement agriculture program, health program, infrastructure programs, youth program, 4 years before election. In the history of Liberian politics, no political party has been formed 4 years to election time, except the CMC. No party has been formed 4 years before. So we're coming way ahead of the game. And the singular purpose for that is to work for the Liberian people, is to do what we say we will do when we take power, is to allow people to see us making promises and fulfilling those promises way before we get to election. The second most important thing is that this is the only party that is structured in a way that it directly interact with the issues facing the country. We have health issues, so the party have a health section that deals with health issue. We have infrastructure issue. The party deals with that in its constitution. We have governance reform issue. The party deals with that in its constitution and in its current. We have representation, lack of representation by the most important element of our economic system, which is the diaspora, that send hundreds of millions of dollars into the country, but yet the political parties today do not give them the opportunity, as long as they are out there, to structurally participate in the governance of the party. So you see, unlike other parties, we've come way ahead of the game so that we can work for the Liberian people to see the work that we are doing, so that we can prove ourselves right or wrong before election. We give ourselves time deliberately. Not just in this dispensation, not just in this dispensation, in any dispensation in the history of our country, no party has been formed 5 years before election.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. I said, let's bring you on with CMC, man. I'm trouble. I want to squeeze something right through by I said do.
Isaac is conflicted.
No, it's okay. I'll ask you a question. I shouldn't. I will keep my two last questions for last. Go ahead. Two last for last.
The chairman didn't answer my second question though. Just so
no, but time I will finish with you, my man. I said, go ahead.
Yeah, first, it's nice to be back on. Please don't allow that organization to ask any question today on CMC. I beg you. And and then Chairman Belede, I have a little reminder for you. Please, we are not in campaign period. You know, when you were talking, I almost asked myself, is it 2029 now? Are we in a campaign season? But I'm joking. Actually, I am one person that embrace competition. I value competition so much that I like too many persons to be into it for everyone to compete. And so it is a welcoming thing that CMC is where they are now. And of course, I listen to you. You sound so damn serious about this. It's a good thing. We need a Liberia where ideas compete. We need a Liberia where competition is diverse. We need a Liberia that is not based on just one group, but idea from diverse group. And this is my question. This is something you will agree with me on. Every election in our country has something I would term equal to stronghold. They will always ask you, what is your stronghold? Though your political party is a Liberia party for every Liberia all across the country, but you always will have to have something, somewhere, someplace that you will call your stronghold. I want you to respond to a few people who've been having this thinking. One, you are the person that basically established the party. You are from Nimba County. The party basically was established in Nimba. The first convention of the party was in Nimba. The first chairman, or should we say political leader, is from Nimba. What do you see wrong to make Nimba as a central point of focus? Although the party is a Liberia base, but Nimba being your stronghold. As you know, Prince Johnson is in there. So I know the people of Nimba will be looking at somewhere for someone where they can find comfort and see as the next Prince Johnson. What do you see wrong with using Nimba as a central point of focus for your political strength?
The stronghold cannot be established by word of mouth. So I cannot come today and describe Nimba as a stronghold of CMC. It could be Monserrato. It could be Bon. It could be Bassa. It could be Magibi. But I'll wait maybe after 6 months based on our registration data. I would tell you where most of the people have registered for our party, and I would declare that as our stronghold. But for now,
I don't mean to declare it now. I mean to use it to work towards it being, not
no,
like
I
now.
do not intend to walk towards making Nimba County the stronghold of CMC. CMC is a grassroots party. We would redefine grassroots. We are not the grassroots that uses the emotion, the enthusiasm of the grassroots, and then just dash it. We are the grassroots that will lift the young people up. We are the grassroots that will keep them happy. You know, one thing about young people, give them what they want, and you will put them on a good path of their life and be a good example. One of the things that does not happen in this country is career counseling. The CMC is going to do that. We have a lot of professionals. We're going to bring them annually from around the world to get pockets of young people so that they can explain their life story and then inspire them. Everything is not about wholesale. If you see our party, we have the pledge and we have oath of office. And there are just many things that sets us apart. I don't want to have young men and women behind me. Amanda. No, I want them to sit down and let Dr. Richardson, let brilliant individual from let me be able to explain my life story. How did I get here? So that when they see that I was just like them, down there playing football with one shoe, kicking football with one toe, and then rise up. We could pay Stanton or 50,000, 100,000 to come and tell young people where did they come from, Penton or wherever, to rise up to be where he is today. Inspiration, career guardians. We don't have that. Other parties are not involved into that. So we're going to serve as life models for young people. And we're going to ask each individual in the party at higher level to create a circle of at least 25, 30 young people that they will mentor, make them to grow, get expectation from them. Some of them, they go, so it's going to be different. For me to say that I will do that in Nimba, no. You will come back to me this year and ask me, but Musa, where is your stronghold? Because we'll launch in Nimba, we'll launch in Bon, we'll launch in Monserrato. You will be confused as to where is our stronghold.
Chairman, you are sounding like Donald Trump, and we're going to win till you get confused. Let me say this to you, Chairman. Sister, you will take your brother home. 1 minute. Chairman, let me say this to you in this regard. We appreciate you coming today. Musa Sako, you have any question? Okay, Musa having internet problem. But Chairman, let me say this to you though. People are concerned. Musa, every day, he support George Manawia. Musa, every day, he's a sedition. Musa, every day, he's the preferred of the president. Is this party or party coming together just to support George Manawia 2029? Come back. Can you speak to those folks out there that are making these claims?
First of all, I want to let you know that I have a lifestyle, I have principle, I have culture. It being an opposition to George Weah, it means that I should insult him or disrespect the former president of Liberia. You're not going to get that from me. And let me repeat, on behalf of the CMC, this party will have a person on the ticket in 2029. We have no intention. This is not about the vice presidency. I don't have to form a party to go be George Weah vice president. I've never joined the CDC. And you know, in the midst of bad governance by the UP, I hate to make a fellow opposition party an object of my clarification. My point here is we formed this party. Good people, people of principle. I am not an arrowhead of this party. I'm just a figurehead.
We had a problem. I understand that we had a problem with CPP ANC. The time came that Alexander Cummings needed to make that 3 a.m. call to his partisan. You were in the room. Majority of the ANC CPP folks supported George Manawia. If 1, 2, 3, CMC is the third, 2029, and you have to make that decision. Can we say history will repeat itself, that you will support George Manawia?
We'll reach that time.
The formation of
Honorable
CMC,
Gray, I'm asking the political
the formation
leader.
of the
This is serious
CMC,
conversation.
the formation of the CMC costs a lot of money, a lot of thinking, a lot of data analysis. The analysis that came back to us told us that if we did certain things, we will win the election in 2029. We are determined to do those things. That scenario will not hold. I did not come to become number 3. It doesn't take you anything to become number 3. The CMC in 2 years, we are 5 years for election. Stanton, you will know that CMC, if there will be a run-off, CMC will be in it. You'll know it in 2 years.
President Weah failed the Liberian people. They rejected him 2023. President Joseph Yima Boakai is proceeding wrongly, as evidenced by the street. The people saying, you have time to correct it, Mr. President, or we're going to reject you. If the election 2029, we have for George Manawia to come back. We have Jeremiah Kuhn, the vice president representing Unity Party. Sir, what would be your message to the Liberian people? George Manawia failed you, Jeremiah Kuhn Party failed you, select me. Do you think the people rejected George Manawia because he failed them?
Well, yeah, I mean, if you lose the election, it means the people reject you. It's simple as that.
Do you think George Manawia have a chance of coming back?
I think that nobody else should have the chance to come back besides the CMC. Everybody else has been tried. Everybody else has been tried.
At the end of
the day, if we're going to have this country to circle between two parties, we are condemning this country to an uncertain future. We got to give ourselves the chance to make another choice.
The political leader of CMC, our time is up. This is the stand-up bearer for CMC, B. Mac Blemont. He will be unveiled tomorrow, but I'm unveiling him on tonight. That's the stand-up bearer for CMC. why you guys decided to go with B. Mac Blaron, Chairman Billy?
Really? that is so cheap.
What are your candidates? So just admit.
Chairman Billy, is he not your candidate? Will you not unveil him tomorrow?
Tomorrow at 10 o'clock, what we're going to do is to explain to the people of Nemba County why the CMC has decided to choose.
Did I force you?
Yeah, that's what you did.
You knew you were coming on spoon. We had the information a long time ago. But talk to me. Why him though? Why Mac Blaron?
You will come here.
You will come. At the end of the day, Stanton, we will give all our reasons tomorrow. I mean, the primary goal of the CMC is to make sure that the United Party does not win the election. We're determined for that. I think we're going to make sure none of the opposition candidates attack each other. We're going to share information. We're going to watch the polls. We're going to share strategy for watching polls. And we're going to make sure that we support each other in terms of information sharing, campaign activities, so that we don't get mixed up with each other. So we will work together. And the central message of this campaign is that any of the opposition can win, but not the United Party candidate.
Thank you very much for. Sorry to unveil your candidate here on Spoon, but thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. Please take your brother home.
What is his job?
Yeah.
What is his job?
Dr. Richardson, please take your brother home.
Go ask Stanton. He the one.
Is that Gio?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, go ahead, Dr. Richardson, please.
So, representability, we've talked a lot about your political life. We talked about being the chairman of the rule of law. We talked a lot about, running a political party. I would just get another side of you here, which is the human side of you. I've seen that side, along with the team that work with you on a regular basis. Your humble beginnings. That's what a lot of people don't know. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself? Like, I knew you grew up in Yanson. I've been there before. But just
Dr. Richardson, seriously?
Yeah.
I
think it's important for us to know.
I already know 10,000 years ago you killed my father and my mother.
I will give a short answer in 1 minute. Everything in this country that you see people doing, I've gone through it. I've been in the tailor shop to be what they call tailor boy. I've pushed car to be what they call car boy. I've worked on the farm, other people's farm, in order to go to school. I've been a wheelbarrow boy. I've done everything. I'm a bootstrapper. I've sold gas on the street in Kawe, right to Kawe Junction, right by Central Bank, the Central Bank branch. I sold gas in the gas station in Kende for 2 years while I'm going to school at Zion. After campus, I will come to that place and sell the gas in container. I've done everything. I've sold cell phone. I've gone to Dubai and gone to buy used cell phone in Dubai and bring it to Liberia. We used to have Nokia 3310. I'll go and buy it in Dubai. I've sold computer. I've sold flour. I've sold milk, powder milk from Australia. I was the first Liberian to break the cement chain, the monopoly on cement in this country. I was the first Liberian to ever bring cement outside of cement coal. I'm the first Liberian to ever build a terminal by myself. I am a bootstrapper. I've lived on myself. I've never lived on anyone in my life. I am where I am because I pulled myself to this space. And I'm very proud of that. Today, I have my children going to school in America, around the world, so that they will not go through what I went through. And I'm happy while my children are going to school out there. I have hundreds of children here in school. I have a model school that is run by my wife in my hometown. And I have at least 10 students around Africa that I am sponsoring in school.
Musa has some visibility.
I'm happy that I have millions of dollars, Liberian dollars, of loan to women in my district.
We want to appreciate you tonight, Musa. We want to say thank you.
When the CMC website comes, most of this story will be on the
Chairman, I'm going to squeeze something from Dr. Richardson. One of those people that watch you are asking, how can they be part of CMC? You talk about when the website comes up, but now, who can they talk to? People are saying they want to get involved. Can you share that information? Or we go to
they can talk to me. They can talk to me. They can talk to me.
We can go to the global chair. Go ahead.
If you are in the US, the global chair, who Dr. Richardson, you can get in touch with her. Her job. She's not the head of the US. She's the global head of all of the CPP, CMC branches across the world, Africa, Europe, Asia, everywhere. In the United States, you have Great War, Northeast.
Yes.
You have Dolores Sharp in the Midwest.
Yeah.
You have Sipu Kenna in the West. And we have Beverly Gore, who is the secretary to Dr. Richardson.
So what's that? So to do yourself a favor tonight, that one contact person that people should start calling right now. What's that
right
number?
there on Spawn.
Yes, they can call Dr. Francine Chenoweth Richardson. You can find
So what's
me.
your phone number?
They can just Google search me on social media and you'll find me.
Okay, so that's the contact, that's the one contact. So therefore, Chairman, this will be your parting question. And when you answer it, please turn your phone off.
Look,
so it means that when you answer the question, Chairman, that Richardson got to go. When you answer the question, not to be in trouble. Okay, you ask a question. Let me ask my last question. Not to be in trouble, Chairman. She's the global for every country and every 17 continents.
I know it's going.
It means that when Kev Hassan calls, she should answer, right?
Yes.
Let me ask.
Every Liberian, she will answer. Dr. Francine is one of the most professional person I've ever seen in Liberia. She will never stand on. I'm answering your question. Please allow me to answer your question.
Please do.
Dr. Francine, let me explain to Liberian people.
Yeah, you got to call right now.
When Dr. Francine took this position,
yes,
she and I talked, and I asked her because I'm sensitive to how she feels. I said, Doc, is there anyone that you think should not be part of this organization because you have issue with them? Her answer was no. She has learned to create the personal space and the professional space.
That's exactly
in that professional space. Anyone can come in that. I guarantee anyone, including Kev Hassan. If Kev Hassan wants to join CMC, he's welcome to join. We'll welcome him.
But Stanton, this is a conflict of interest. How the global chair will be asking all of the questions. We have questions. I have one more question.
No, we got to go back. You thought you will ask all the questions. Dr. Richardson, it's good that next time we're going to have. No. Next time we're going to have.
That's my last question.
Dr. Richardson, please. We got Musa Sakor. We have to talk about and Phil, and we have to close the show. Chairman Musa has some ability to thank you very much. You can just in time. I really wish the CMC well. We need to know more about CMC. We need to know more about the organization. And I wish the party good luck under your leadership. Thank you for coming on, sponsor. We appreciate you.
But Chairman Benedict, you got to give me contract to help from the youth space. That should be a consultancy.
Remember, you're not youth, but Chairman, thank you. Thank you very much and have a good night, Chairman. The chairman
Thank you.
tomorrow in Nima County, he'll be unveiling his candidate, the CMC candidate. His name is B. Mark Blemoyon. Don't forget, Senator for Nima. There you have it. Again, we want to say thanks to the chairman, the political leader, the representative from Saclay, PA, Nima County, Representative Musa Hassan Bedete. It's always good to see you, Representative. Musa Sakor, my brother and friend, the internet is giving you problem tonight. We have to reschedule the folks that were coming to talk about ArcelorMittal because we have another folks coming in to talk about HPX. Musa, your interest is with the railroad. We know you've been on and off, but if you can make yourself, please be available tomorrow. Let's discuss this issue holistically. You have sent a lot of documents. We got but limited time. We can get to it. But again, we just want you to please show face to that like you are doing. But come tomorrow, we got to talk about our real. We got to talk about ArcelorMittal. We got to talk about HPX. And we got to talk about the organization or the I think it's a concession company that you guys funded. But come tomorrow, we'll have a conversation on this, please. Stick with us. I know you, Joseph Yima Barker's son, you're man of the terrain, and we want to hear from you. But before we do that, folks, we got this breaking news on Enfield. Enfield Board of Directors is calling on the president that they should suspend the director, Chris Doyan. I believe that's his name. We do not have enough time, but we have the signature from the board. We have all the documentation. So I would beg each and everyone that will bring this up tomorrow. Is that, I mean, can we please agree on this? Dr. Richardson, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll talk about that. We have the documentation. I'll share it with you guys. We'll talk about Musa Bedete, the Sako, the ArcelorMittal issue, and the HPX. And then we will have a great show tomorrow, but we're way past time. Let's just focus on the president called to Funati Kofa, appealing to Funati Kofa that they should resolve this issue. And the president gave them up to March 15. Musa, before you leave us, hearing that President Bouaka tonight call Funati Kofa, and he spoke to Richard Kuhn, you either fix it or I'm taking my hand out of this thing. It's troubling. What say you, Musa Sako? Can you unmute, please? While we close the program.
How are you, Senator? And hi to the rest of the panelists.
Thank
Hi,
you.
Dr. Felipe.
How you
Happy to
doing?
see you again.
Yes.
Akaras, how you doing, my friend and brother? Okay, Senator, I choose not to be into the politics. I want to stay in business and not to get involved with the politics. That's why I kept quiet. So can we just be a part of the business aspect? And what I
We
want
will
to
bring you, no, we can bring you in tomorrow. No problem. I don't want to put you in situation. I know you came here to speak about the rail, which is full. Of course, we have a lot of documents to share, so I respect that. Please don't get involved. Just say you might bug our papi. We shouldn't put ourselves in situation. I can put myself in situation, but not you. So please, I respect that. But
and then, Senator, but before I leave, I want to establish something. I think we're not getting the discussion right. I just want to establish it and lay the premise for tomorrow on the issue with HPX and ArcelorMittal. There HPS. First of all, we need to understand what HPS road is and what ArcelorMittal road is. ArcelorMittal is a mining company. HPS is also a mining company. We are proposing a rail company, an independent rail operator, somebody who has the experience to manage and operate a railroad. That is our argument. So I hear the discussion about HPS wanting the rail, ArcelorMittal wanting the rail. No, the rail is Liberian assets. We all know that. But what we are proposing is that we need a fair play and a fair access to this rail. It's not just only HPS agenda we are pushing. We are pushing the Liberian people agenda because this rail also contributes to the agricultural produce that leaves from our farms and villages. This road will also contribute to the pepper, Benicy, and bitter butter that comes from Guinea. the cow, the goats, and all of those produce that come from Guinea that comes to our market. So these are the things that we are proposing. So the argument shouldn't be about HPS wanting to use the real. As media is stopping them. Liberian people needs their real as well because the wear and tear of our roads, we've noticed that we got too much rainfall in this country. So
Thank
the
you.
way
And that's why we want to have the conversation more. And that's why we have to, it's good that you bring another spin to this, which is very important, that if it is open to everyone, businesses will try. And again, thank you very much, Olad. It's good having you, my brother Musa Kesako. I appreciate you, sir.
Thank you, Santa.
Yes, sir. We'll have Musa tomorrow to talk about the issue. Now, Musa is outside of politics. Dr. Richardson, it hit you hard. I saw that hitting you so hard when you heard that the president was calling for Nati Kofa. Man, I listed everything down, Dr. Richardson. The president said, you know what? I'm tired. They are beating me internationally. People talking about sanction. The American ambassador on my back. The African Union on my back. ECOWAS on my back. European on my back. What can I do? Let me step in. Is it too late for the president?
Yes, it's a little bit too late. I'm begging the question of how can we restore the House of Representatives at this moment. It would have been my wish that for him to have not go in the direction that he did previously, by going and calling people names, not acknowledging Konati Kofa, after especially that sense of betrayal. Like, when I heard you say the word, how can I trust you? How can I trust you? And that stuck with me, Stanton. I can imagine Konati Kofa asking the president that question. Here it is, we had a president who took Konati Kofa to see the Pope, to pray with him, to engage in Christian principles. And then, come back home, don't acknowledge him, on the Capitol grounds, see him like he's some sort of dirt. You pay, as Honorable Grace said, you pay the way for Kun to go to an inauguration program. It's just all of these things. How can he trust the president? How can Liberians trust the president? Nevertheless, I'm grateful that he knows now that this was not going to be an easy resolution to this issue. We have learned a lesson as Liberians that you can't just break the rule and feel like everybody's just going to comply with you. Okay? Moving forward, we learned a lot, that there's consequences. There's consequences for behavior. And the consequences is not just in the Capitol building. It expands in the entire region of Liberia and outside of the region and internationally. So you can't just say, oh, today I'm going to get up in the morning and want a new speaker and everything will be okay. So yes, I'm happy that he's taking the initiative. Maybe he was like I think somebody said today he was prompted by the upcoming court ruling. He also, like you said, he was prompted by international sanctions, perhaps people on his back. All right. But we didn't have to go through all of this, but lesson learned. Now, thank you very much.
Dr. Richardson, you said it right. I appreciate that because something is happening. Something begot something and nothing begot nothing. And this is the situation here, Honorable Gray. What say you?
Dr. Richardson took it from my mouth. How can I trust you? And I will say this again. I have been one of those in the CDC who have bitterly disagreed with Fanatic Kofa, Speaker Kofa, prior to this coup d'etat. Therefore, to a great extent, bitterly, therefore, President Boyga will have betrayed. I stood my grounds. Before this coup d'etat, I told him that dealing with President Boyga for 6 years in the legislature, and looking at the characters around, my predictions are very clear. that he will betray you. I think you're too humble. Speaker Kofa will always argue. As a speaker, you must coordinate. I think President Boya had a speaker who was very much willing to work. He demonstrated that by flying with him. The biggest betrayal, a despicable act of betrayal, is for him to be abroad, and a coup d'etat. And the president who took you abroad years about a coup, and his party people are involved. The president wanted to call, what the foreman call and said, look, Roger Kun, I don't want to hear that. I'm here today, not because I supported President Weah, but I will tell you something tonight. We had an understanding that Sunday CDC had a majority, the CDC would take the speaker position, and Unity Party would take the deputy speaker position. There were seditions lawmakers who believed that, no, but we had it. I told President Weah this, we say, good. Ask Prince Moi. There was a moment Prince Moi did not believe that CDC lawmakers would have voted for him. I pushed up for us to have a meeting Sunday before the election with President Weah. We had that meeting. We insisted. We put in a strategy. I became a pool washer to ensure. And President Weah was very clear with all CDC lawmakers that, look, we have agreed. There's an agreement that you people have. Support it. You have to do it. We agree that anybody will betray us in that direction. Fortunately, CDC did not have a candidate. I mean, CDC had a candidate for the speaker, and the other people withdrew from the speaker position. So both of them were aware about it. And Prince Mo will tell you, I stood there as a poll watcher, insisting and pushing that the CDC people will have to vote for Moi. We were betraying. We have won, and Moi did not even believe at that point in time. It was difficult. I kept telling him when we were camping, I said, we'll vote for you tomorrow, and I will be the poll watcher, and I will watch those things. We know the strategy we put into play. That's your war that you gave. That's your commitment. That's how we have cordiality in the legislature for many years under President Weah. President Boya taking Fonati, and you could not call to the extent that when the coup was announced, even when Kofa came, he still believed that President Boya would not have gotten involved into it, but he was not part of it. So it got to the point that President Boya even wanted him to resign and leave the position. That's why when he said, how can I trust you? And that's the reason I asked Musa tonight. I asked Musa, I said, look, honorability is the issue of trust. So he kept saying, oh, the opposition lawmaker, the opposition. Yes, I was an old father. I am one of those who publicly said, we have to expel you from the party. Because it's an act of betrayal. How do you support a unity party to take the speaker position? Why do that? There's no justification in my mind. But that has passed. I think now in my mind, because what I'm hearing tonight, I've been all on the phone, there are people in the Unity Party or advisors to the president, other people who are all out to create a kind of a strategy, media strategy, and all of this. Because the thing that the president is giving in, the president needs stability. But they still believe that they have to hold on to the majority black and people should not agree. I've been talking to people. They say, look, though the president want to step in, maybe we'll go to re-election, or maybe Fonati will be the speaker. You're not agree to that. They couldn't just stay there. No, you can't do that. If the president is serious, the president, when he spoke about the issue of his time to lead, when he spoke about the issue of reconciliation, his State of the Nation address, and recently when he said it's time to lead, it's time for governance, that's what he said. If the president is serious, and that message, if President Boakai, all the people listening to the show tonight, when Fonati asking that question directly or indirectly, how can I trust you, Mr. President? It speaks volume because he felt betrayed, humiliated, denigrated, brought to the lowest level that you can ever think about by withdrawing the state security from behind. It took Gregory Kunat to take that decision. I saw the embarrassment from the police, even the EPS. burst into his office to the extent that they arrested his parlor car. That kind of humiliation we're talking about. But it's happening. Fonati is a meek and gentle man. I can tell you about that. I don't think he keeps grudge or whatsoever. But the fact of the matter, those who are around President Boyka should not embarrass him anymore. The Justice Minister should not embarrass him anymore. I hope you have reached the level of accepting the deed and ensuring, because demonstrated just less than a minute. Kun has demonstrated lack of leadership. There are even people in Unity Party that, look, we talk, we friends. The guy inability to solidify power after that entire thing when he had that thing on the silver platter, instead of bringing everybody together, appealing to the rest of the coalition, showing leadership, he just used to destruction, expelling, suspension. Who needs that? As long as
thank you. Thank you very much.
Ending.
Thank you very much, Honorable Gray. But tomorrow we will give a pathway to a resolution here on the show, because we are hearing stuff. I told them that Richard Kun was failed in the country. I told the nation that Joseph Boakai, the president, was disappointed, and he is disappointed in Richard Kun. The leadership, some members of the leadership, disappointed in Richard Kun. Richard Kun is a smart guy, but his smartness is not to lead that honorable horse. And it's becoming to be a problem internationally. But tomorrow we'll speak to it. We'll speak to it. I mean, this embarrassment must stop, and will only come to an end as per the role the president is playing. And I know what I know. I know what I have seen. I know what I have heard. And I think Richard Kun should readjust, regroup, recalibrate, and accept the fact that not only that you would not be speaker, but if 2020 now comes, you would not be representative for District 11 in Moserado County. So it's an embarrassment, and Fode Fambula know that, James Kohler know that. And what the demands are, as it do, from the minority black, is even if you want Fonati to resign, certain benchmark, you have to meet certain benchmark. Those benchmark is not easy. Those things, they are not easy. And therefore, we will give those announcements more. My brother asked, let's go to Tamba, and you will be last. Let's go to Tamba. Let's go to Tamba, and you will be last. Tamba, talk to us. Let's close from your end.
Okay. Thank you, Stanton. First of all, I want to just correct some statement made by my brother Akaras Gray when he said that it was a coup d'etat. I don't think it was a coup d'etat, because when you say coup d'etat, there's someone trying to take over the whole country as
coup d'etat, man. Spoken context.
Well, it's not a coup d'etat.
Okay, let's do the coup d'etat.
Oh, my brother. Let me come now. Yeah.
I know where you're coming from. I agree. I can't agree. It was a political coup d'etat.
It was political. See, it was political.
Don't be another Asiva to catch everybody saying
it was a political removal. I agree. But let me just make my point, Stanton. It was a political removal. But I do agree that JMB, as president of Liberia, wasn't involved in the removal or in the attempted removal of Fonati. And here's why. Everything that happened prior to this thing taking place, while they were traveling to Rome, as Dr. Richardson said, I think you won't invite someone to go on a pilgrimage, per se, to the highest holy land while stabbing them in the back. I think that would be the lowest betrayal anybody will experience. And I understand how Fonati may feel that maybe Boakai's people were involved. But I must admit, and I'm not a spokesperson for the government or any political party here, I must admit that there were mistakes made. And there are mistakes that have been made in the Joseph Boakai administration as we speak, and the government is being challenged. But I think the president outreach to Fonati today, as Stanton, you may have more information. I'm not an insider there. I think for me, it speaks of leadership. No matter how challenged you are in the government or in a leadership role, no matter how much we disagree, Even if I were to be the person who is stronger or who has more power, if I step forward, I say, let me reach out, let's have the conversation. Let's find a way to move this nation forward. Because for almost 3 months, the nation is stagnated. We are in a position where the Liberian people are not getting what these elected people to do. It's creating all of this repetition, challenge for the government of the day. The investors can come in because they are also afraid of what is happening in the country, political instability. So the president took the right step by reaching out to Fonati to try to find a way forward. But if I had to make a recommendation to the Stanton on this impasse, I would say the government or the president should probably try to prevail on both Fonati and Reggie Kun to resign. And that's moral leadership. That's moral courage and moral leadership to step forward and say, in the interest of the people, we're going to resign our position and we sign an agreement and then let them go back to a fresh election. That's new faces step
Why
forward.
didn't the president want a constitutional elected speaker to resign? Why?
Well, yes, why? Moral leadership.
You want to push the constitution, you have to talk about
Mr. Gray, I know, Mr. Gray, we can talk about the law all day, who is right and who is wrong.
Honorable Gray, he's closing. Honorable Gray, please. He closing, like gave him the chance to close.
You see, the problem is like Liberia, for you guys who are political animals, I'm sorry to say that, or political representatives, you want to play a zero-sum game.
No, you want to butcher the constitution.
You want to play a zero-sum game.
Honorable Moses Akaris Gray, please.
They will not let me name my people.
If you want to come back, we give you some time, Honorable Gray, but let the gentleman close, please. Go ahead, Tabat.
1847, we are close to 200 years, Gray. You were 12 years in the legislature. What we say today is your signature achievement that we can go back to and say, this is what you did for your district. That's the problem we have. When people get there, they are more interested in earning for themselves, filling their pockets, building mansions. That's the challenge we are having. If we start putting the country first, if Richard Cohn and Fonati can put the country first and not say, oh, this has to be a zero-sum game because I'm the legit speaker, but you don't have the numbers. And Richard Cohn say, well, I'm the majority bloc speaker and I have the numbers, but y'all can't govern. There's an impasse. And I'm interested in solution-based politics. And that would be my recommendation, Stanton. And I'm not sure whether this is my closing, but I know there are other things that we discuss. So on this particular position, I think the president did take a leadership position to reach out, and I hope they can come to some sort of an agreement and put the interests of the nation first so that we can govern, so that we can bring in investors, so that we can try to do some of the things that this government was elected to do for the people.
By the people and of the people. Thank you very much. Isaac, please close.
It is very interesting and frankly very laughable for anyone to believe in their God-given conscience that President Baka's attempt to take shame from his face is leadership. That is laughable to say the least. Who believes? Stand up, can you please mute me the voice? Who believes that President Baka was not directly involved into the chaotic scenes we have seen of Capitol Hill? Let's go down memory lane. I got a few things here. It was President Baka's justice minister. That justice minister was appointed by President Baka and worked in President Baka's executive branch, so I say, who misinterpreted the Supreme Court's ruling that was the basis for which the Senate decided to do business with the illegal speaker. It was President Baka. He was not involved. Let's go down. It was President Baka's police that withdrew state security from Funati Kufa. He was not involved. It was President Bwaka's state security that accompanied the, should I say, rebel leader who burst into the office of the speaker. President Bwaka was not involved. It was President Bwaka's ministers and directors who were summoned by the so-called majority black and who went there and attended. Let me go one step further. President Bwaka signed a budget that had the signature of Richard Kuhn. Let's go another way. President Bwaka spoke at a State of Nation address that had Richard Kuhn seated as the speaker. Let's go a little further. President Bwaka attended a funeral service in Nimba that had Richard Kuhn by him as the speaker. How can we play fun of our country that someone comes on the platform to tell us President Bwaka was not involved and President Bwaka is showing leadership because he wants to solve something he wants to take shame from his face? How? Let somebody tell me how. And Stanton, you and I know President Bwaka isn't doing what he's doing because he wants to solve a problem. He is doing it because of the international pressure he's under. Not all of us. Some of us here know. Like I said the last time, when the U.S. embassy near Monrovia, political affairs officer visited the justice minister. They were there in that meeting when some of the people were taking pictures sending it to us. When he asked, can you clarify government's position on who happens to be the legitimate speaker? He went all around the planet without answering. That was the first state of embarrassment. When ECOWAS came, it was the second state of embarrassment. AU, the third state of embarrassment. And to sum all up, the Supreme Court decided to hear the bit of information. Guys, what do we think the bit of information's ruling is going to be? That Funati Kufa wrong? That Richard Kuhn is the speaker? That the justice minister was correct? What do you think it will be? Can't you see the old man is only taking shame from his face due to lack of leadership? If President Bwaka wanted to show leadership, he would not have sent the budget to an illegal speaker. If he wanted to show leadership, he would not have signed a budget that had the signature of an illegal speaker and many of the other things. We know the reason. Fonati has not been bothering nobody. Why is he calling Fonati now? So it actually means he knew all along that there was a problem, but he pretended as if no problem existed. Fonati had been there. He go to work, he come, they do the boss office, they take his car, they take his social, he answering nobody. So if you really think everything is cool, you are going on, why bothering him now? You can continue to sign budget, you can continue to call Richard Kuhn speaker, you can continue to do all of these things. It is only to save face, to take off shame, and the embarrassment to the owner is too much. Everywhere he goes, people bring it up, that your country is in a mess. So he had to come to do this, and it is so shameful for anyone to call this act of face saving, act of leadership. From who? President Bwaka? I beg your pardon.
Thank you. Thank you, Isado. Ladies and gentlemen, we just closed the show. Our brother just, Honorable Gray, I'll give you that 30 second. Hold on 1 minute. Conor Gray, you came late, but just real 30 second, Conor Gray, please. Let's just give it to you. But thanks for coming late.
I mean, sent on a good day. Yeah. It's good that the president has finally, seen it fit to enter this hula baloo, what we call as a stalemate, and it's never too late, because posterity will judge him, not any of these actors who have become intransigent. He's the only one as leader of a republic that posterity will see during the President Boakai's government. So it is only befitting now that he steps up and try to mitigate this, not necessarily to please those around him, because when the president, firstly, before making this move, I think he made it clear that I'm ready to take leadership. In other words, that's what he said. All along, that vindicated us that he has not been in leadership. People have been making all of these kinds of cross-cutting decisions. He's ready to take dominion, capture his own government now, and I think it's a good sign. I hope he follows that good sign. Look, whether or not Speaker Kofa will accept to continue to become Speaker, that is his own choice. But I think if this goes the way we're hearing it, Kofa would have won, and history will remember him for that, and it would treat him kindly. But to say this person has all along not been aware of this situation, I will not buy into that. But the fact that he has decided now to come, to end this, I think it's a good step for the country. It's a good step for his own image and his legacy. I hope he goes forward and forget about those earmongers that are surrounding those hyenas. Hope you disappoint them this time and say, look, this is my government. This is what I'm going to do. This is the one time you should become that dictator and tell those people, I'm going to take the decision and I will lead this time. And that will save him a whole lot.
Honorable Great, thank you. Honorable Great, thank you very much. I want to really close to Akaris and Dr. Richardson. Just two questions. If you can answer, then we'll leave from here. One, Akaris, I come to you first. Dr. Richardson will go last. Do you think Fonati Kofa will resign? One. Two, if Fonati say, I am not resigning, what's the solution there? The forward march now. Because the president have asked Fonati, please come up. Please, I beg you. Let's fix this thing. Come up with your proposal. Latest March 15. Majority Black, come up with your proposal. Latest March 15. What do you think, Honorable Gray? You know Fonati better than we do. What's your thought?
Fonati, for starting, for the co-founder I've dealt with for a very long time, even before he became Deputy Speaker of Liberia. I don't see him resigning. Yes, I don't see him resigning. Okay, because resign for Kun to be Speaker in violation. So what do you take away at the end of the day? I'm not talking about money. I'm talking about all of the fight for respect for the rule of law. Okay, can they get the 49 signature to get in due process? Will they ever get that? I doubt it. I'm hearing some people say, okay, Kun can step down, but Fonati should not take over. Therefore, I said for 60 days as Deputy Speaker. That's why I hear some folks in the UP saying tonight. I'm just saying, but still the Speaker will be there. It will take a lot, not just courage, for Fonati to resign. It won't be as ordinary as you ever think. Because where it has reached now, Fonati has made some statements. He's been fighting domestically, internationally, too many partners, friends, even on Spoon FM. So Fonati will not go tell President Boakai, in my mind, that I'm going to resign. The person that needs to stand on a high moral grounds because he was illegitimately selected by his colleagues is Richard Kuhn. I would be one of those in fight. When the first time the Supreme Court ruled, I was one of those who said, oh, it's a statement of reconciliation. Supreme Court rule, you the speaker, make a statement, embrace everybody, don't wish on nobody, don't change people from committees. The legislature has to be cohesive. Even with what President Boakai did, bygone be bygone. Yes, you should coordinate with the executive branch of government as a speaker, or the pro tem. There's no debate about that. But like Fonati has said on his page, it's a him, don't get me wrong. He said resignation is not an option. I don't think Fonati will resign. I don't have the slightest clue that he will resign. But what I do know is that Richard Kuhn is likely to step down. Because even in the quote-unquote leadership group that he has, there's an indifference in there. So he left with the president, like you said. The president can call Richard Kuhn tomorrow and tell him, I'm meditating. The country got to move forward. Richard Kuhn cannot say no because he doesn't have the courage to fight. He can't say no. And bad gonna be bad on and everybody force your head. Don't harm nobody. Don't harm
Thank you
nobody.
very much, Honorable Gray. I mean, it will continue tomorrow. I believe this is a big breaking news in the country. Dr. Richardson, I've asked that we close the show. So Dr. Richardson, we got to go. Let's continue tomorrow. Dr. I have to go somewhere. And then, this young man, Brother Levi, my grandson, is knocking on this door. I want to say to all of you, it was a beautiful show. Dr. To tell you the truth, I admire Musa's ability tonight. I think CMC it may be coming to be that surprise party. We're going to watch them, to tell you the truth. I hope we can have the candidate, once Musa unveiled him back, to come on the show tomorrow briefly to tell us more about himself. But again, I wish you guys well. As a new political party on the block, we'll be watching from the side. Those of you that are saying I'm part of CMC, no, I am not part of CMC, please. I am part of the Liberian people, okay? I got nothing to do in CMC. Listen.
But Doc, you score big though. You score big, man. You're the chair, man, for the entire initiative.
Congratulations, man.
We're gonna listen. I'm so happy because I don't need Musa. I get called Dr. Richardson and say send me some money, and she was. But I want to say thanks to all of you, man. Tamba, thank you very much, Tamba, for coming. I should do as always. Colonel Reverend Gray, thank you. Dr. Richardson, the global chair, thanks. Lorena, can you come on if you stay there? I think Lorena got tired and she left. But Honorable Akaris was a great thank you. It was a beautiful show. I wish every one of you well, and I said thanks for following Spoon. All of you out there, Janice, thank you. Jarvis, thank you. Joseph, thank you. Sio, thank you. Baka, thank you. Adom, thank you. All of you, thanks for making Spoon why it is today. Till we meet again tomorrow, may God bless you. May God keep you. May God save our state. Have a good evening. Bye-bye. Let me just remove Honorable Gray from here. There we have it. And to all of you, thank you. We have to run. Good night. Godspeed.